of you that have not seen me before, I'm Frank Sontag. Those of you that have not seen me before, I'll give you a moment because it seems that some people just can't believe that I look like what I look like. So we'll give you a couple seconds for that. Okay, a couple seconds are up. You've worked through that. I just want to thank you for coming to tonight's talk. I don't often have the good fortune of introducing somebody. And I think just for a moment, I want to share with you why I'm here. And you all probably have your own specific reasons why you're here. And I would hope that they are for nothing but the best of reasons. I first became acquainted with Craig's work a number of years ago and instantly dismissed him as somebody I wouldn't want to get near. Craig at times has a style that may be defined somewhat confrontative, and when I heard him on a couple of other radio programs, I said I don't want to have anything to do with that, and then conveniently label him in a nice category to where I could keep him kind of adrift and not really challenge myself to say, okay, what part of me, what button in me is being pushed? And then a number of years later, I heard him on another program, and strangely enough, I had a slightly different experience, and I had an insight that, wait a minute, it had something to do with me, not Craig. It was about me. If he could push a button in me, it's much more about me. So I worked with that, and I came to realize that I was way too quick in my judgment of him. And when I stopped long enough to listen to what he said, at the very least, he challenged me to think. He challenged me to reassess what I thought was important, not only in my own life, but of the work that I did and the research that I got involved with and the information that I read. And for that, I owe him because he recognized, I think that in an indirect sort of way, that I was kind of asleep at the wheel. Now, I would hope that at the very least tonight you all walk away with something. If at the very least it's maybe you recognizing within yourself that maybe we all have something to learn by tonight's endeavor. I know that's why I'm here. I'm not here to do a public speech. I'm not here necessarily to say a bunch of important, articulate, insightful things. I'm just here to bare my soul and tell you that's why I'm here. Is to stop for a couple of hours and just consider what Craig says and the information that he possesses and see how much of it is important for me to follow through on in some way, shape, or form. It might even be following up and picking up a white paper. But I think we're challenged right now. In closing, I'll show you this. This is a time of courage, and it seems to me that many people that are getting the accolades for being courageous in the public eye, I don't necessarily perceive that as being courageous. I think the courageous people are the ones that go about their everyday lives in quietness and do the work. And contrary to just tonight's talk, Craig has done that a lot. Most of you maybe have never even heard him until you heard him recently on my program. And most of you will not hear from him again for quite a while. So I'll in closing, share this. I'm grateful to be here tonight. And I hope that at the very least you are too, and that we all act dignified with respect. And on that note, it's my good fortune to introduce Craig Hewlett. I almost said interview.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Organized. Okay. I'm going to make a couple of quick comments, so those of you who've never attended one of my lectures, you'll understand exactly how I do these. I believe oration is an art form, and having been a long-term introvert, it took a great deal for me to learn to come up in front of any number of people, even one person, and say anything. Frank is absolutely correct. For years I said nothing. No matter how much I knew about any given topic, I said nothing. I changed because I believe the country's in a crisis, and it's been there for a long time. But at the same time, you need to understand something. In Berkeley, the left, years ago, came up with a theory. The theory was that if you can shout down a speaker, and the speaker gave in and was silent, if you could silence them by shouting them down, that it was within the First Amendment as a right, and it was lawful and it was right and just to do. That's why if you gave a lecture at Berkeley and they didn't like you, like Eldridge Cleaver did once, they'll try to shout you down. They'll even attack you sometimes, like they did Eldridge Cleaver with the chair leg. Eldridge broke the guy's nose, but Eldridge never spoke again either. The heckler's veto is what it's called, and it's worked for a long time on both the left and the right. I'm not an advocate of the heckler's veto, and nobody will shout me down in this room. And I know there's a few people in this room who don't like the stands I take. Well, you can not like them all you want, but you will like them or not like them in silence. You will not confront me. You will not yell at me. You will not think you can intimidate me. Some of you thought I was a pacifist because I have a beard, long hair. And on Frank's show, Frank has induced me to talk about some things that I do truly care about, that I've always thought was nobody's business. But because Frank's a good man, I kind of fell into Frank's trap, and I talked about those things. And a lot of you thought, well, therefore, if he's against the militia movement and he's against violence, that therefore he's a pacifist, like many of you think Frank Sontag is a pacifist. And like I told Frank before this lecture, pacifism is a state of mind. I'm a combat veteran from Vietnam. I was in the 101st Airborne. For 3 months, I flew special ops, mercenaries, and Laos. I'm not proud of it. I'm telling you this because there's not one person in this room that I'm afraid of. There's nothing on earth I'm afraid of because I'm not afraid to die. So let's get something straight right up front. This is going to be a civil meeting. You can listen, take notes, you can write me a letter. I may or may not respond. You can call in on Frank's show when I do interviews. I may or may not respond. I like the idea of the dialectic, the discourse, but I will not argue with you. Nobody. Because I have a right to be here. I paid for this room, and all the rest of these people paid to come to this room. That's who I'm talking to. If one guy gets a loud mouth, you're out of here. If you were at the last lecture I gave with Frank's audience, for the first time in 15 years of public appearances, I had 4 guys thrown out by security. They were lucky with security. It would have been a lot worse if I had to do it personally. Now what I'm going to try to do with this lecture is explained in 2 parts. The first part's going to take until approximately 9:30, and the second part will be fundamentally different. The first part is going to be a discussion about, well, technically it's like about the New World Order, but actually the New World Order as people think of it doesn't actually exist. How it exists is fundamentally different than what's in people's minds. I'm going to try to give you some fundamental understanding of it in a broad stroke, but with a lot of detail. The second part of the lecture, I'm going to probably completely change my MO because I think, in part, what I'm going to tell you in the first part is going to sound very anti-government. And I am anti-government. I don't know why anybody in this room wouldn't be anti-government. Everybody should be anti-government. If you're living in a free republic or a democracy, which are 2 sides of the same coin, if you're living in one of these things, you by nature must be anti-government. You can even work for the government, but you ought to be anti-government. Otherwise it won't work. David Hume once said that the job of the free press, he was talking about newspapers, but he also meant it towards citizenship as well in a free country, that if your government decides to make war, you should demand peace. If it wants peace and says it's the right thing, you should question them as to whether or not maybe there wasn't a war that needed to be fought. Not because you believe it one way or the other. You're supposed to be contrary to the government. no matter which government, no matter who's in power, whether it's a Democrat or Republican. And the second half of my lecture tonight is going to try to explain to you why we're going to probably, in all respects, lose a very large chunk of the U.S. Constitution. Most of America won't give a damn that it's happened, and you're going to have to figure out how to live with it without acting like a fool and blowing up buildings. Because that's all you'll be doing, is blowing up buildings and acting like a fool. I read this quote on Frank's show, and I don't know. You may not like the language, the terminology of it, because it's written by a liberal. But the understanding of what he means by the term liberal and liberal commercial republic is the original terminology of liberalism. That would be the liberalism of Thomas Paine, Jefferson, and Franklin. They were all liberals. None of them were conservatives. Had they been conservatives, they would have been Tories, and they would have been on the side of the monarchy. They were classical liberals. I, by and large, endorse that view of the way the government should be. Although, that's not what we have. Along with the liberalism and the institutions of liberalism came, supposedly, a free market system. Supposedly, free market. And today they keep telling us that it's a free market, that we live in a free country, and we have free trade agreements, and we're free, and we have the freedom to live in a free market, free system. And they keep saying the word free, and the left will keep saying that all the troubles in the economy, all the troubles in the world, everything that's wrong is because of these laissez-faire, free marketeer, libertarian types who are following their creed. Nothing could be further from the truth, and the far left knows that they're lying. They know that we are not dealing with a laissez-faire free market economy. They know it. They're liars. That's for the second part. I want to read this quote because it's a text, part of the text of a book describing Max Weber and Nietzsche's work and how we stand today on the theory of political leadership. I think it's a very important book. It would probably bore the hell out of most of you, and a sizable chunk of you could not even read the damn thing. But I'll read it anyways because I think it's important and I would like it to be on the tape for the record. The liberal commercial republic invites the charge of decadence. It is a regime that combines unprecedented power with flabby hedonism. The remarkable achievements of its concentrated intelligence and skill seem to serve the least memorable human needs in human beings. Great genius and sacrifice were required to create liberal institutions, yet only to house and feed a petty and mediocre breed addicted to self-indulgence and disinclined to make sacrifices. This result seems to mock the effort. Little vision is needed to imagine that more disciplined and demanding men can turn this vast productive and formative power to better purposes than mass consumption. It is difficult to believe that such discrepancies were invisible during the long genesis of the modern liberal regime. They had no anticipation that the result would be a civilization of specialists without spirit, sensualists without heart. Now, I don't know how much explaining of that statement there I need to do because I really don't know the makeup of this audience that well. But it seems to me what this author, his name is Robert Eden, what he's trying to explain using Max Weber and Nietzsche as the vehicle is that with all of the genius of the liberal institutions in a free republic under democratic principles and freedom of the press and laissez-faire economics originally, as it was started, and all of the utopian ideals that a handful of mean, rascally individual men, by and large, mostly atheists, Masons, none of them were truly what you would call Christian conservative fundamentalists. The Founding Fathers were all Masons, freethinkers, atheists. Two of them, and this may shock some of you that are completely obsessed with your own personal conspiracy views, two of them, Ben Franklin and Thomas Paine, were members of the Bavarian Illuminati. So all this crapola out there about the Illuminati and a conspiracy coming from the Patriot movement is because, well, they don't know how to read and do research. Basically, some of them are just too damn dumb to understand what founded this country. This country was founded very particularly on those liberal institutions. And yes, there was, even at the time, a little bit of a conspiracy. But let me describe the conspiracy. Prior to our American Revolution and the French Revolution, and a little bit later the English Revolution, England actually had two, prior to and one after ours. The whole world that mattered at the time, Western world, that was industrializing, beginning stages of the ideas of industrialization and free market economics, the popes, the priests, still ran the world. If you spoke out, you likely were beheaded, or worse, if you can think of worse things. So obviously, institutions grew up in secret called Masonic lodges to oppose the ecclesiastical system. Voltaire was a Mason. Most of the founding fathers, if they weren't straight up hardcore founding fathers, like George Washington was a master Mason, if they weren't Masons, they were very close to the lodges, because you could not fight the Pope without a conspiracy. Now, the fact that we still have Masonic temples, and there may be some individuals at a local lodge that would dare conspire for his own personal gain, does not blemish Masonry any more than any other institution is blemished by the acts of individuals, including the ATF. These are individuals. If there's individuals in the ATF that are out of line and do something wrong, that doesn't mean that every ATF agent is a thug or a Nazi. And the reason I won't stand here and tolerate such nonsense is because it's both bigoted and silly. It's stupid, and I don't really care for stupidity. But I also know some ATF agents. They have children, families. They're good men. They're good women. And they're good people. And they just want to go home at night. They have a job to do. The ones I know were as appalled at Waco as everybody else. And they fight amongst themselves trying to correct what's wrong. The point is, without Masonry, originally, we would all be kissing the Pope's ring. So it required it. Now that doesn't mean that Masonry is still today conspiring to do harm to this country or to institute anything but their own odd, and when I say odd, there's a group of Masons called Odd Fellows. That's how odd they are. And they do indeed have a utopian view of the world. They would like to see America be the first free Masonic republic. It's what they believe. Just like the Christian Coalition has their proper belief system to what it is that they believe. They're an institution, and it's growing. In fact, I told someone the other day on a radio show, if you want to really look for the women's movement in this country, it's the Christian Coalition. That's the true women's movement in this country. Maybe it's not a feminist movement, but it is made up largely of women, Christian women. And most of the moral majority is dominated by Christian women. No, they're not feminists, but if you're actually looking for a woman's movement, by the numbers, it's the Christian right. The feminists are wrong. Now, I happen to think things like abortion, because it's already passed in law, is not the area to do battle. I don't believe it ever belonged under the law. It's a moral question. Like homosexuality is a moral question. It has no business being treated by the Supreme Court. But once it's in the law, like drugs, for instance, are in the law, certain drugs are illegal, you have to face that reality. And America doesn't want to face any realities anymore. Now I'm going to give you the big reality, whether you want to face it or not, and no big conspiracy achieved this agenda, but I'm going to just delineate for you something that I've known about all of my adult life, since I was 21 years old, when I first started my first business at 21 years old. I've never been employed by anyone on earth. Never to this day have I taken money from anybody on earth as an employee except the United States Army. To this day, never. No one. I'm not funded by anyone now. I know some of you think I'm funded by the ADL, or I'm actually a Jew, or the communists are backing me, whatever. The reason I can do this and get away with it is I take no one's money. That's how I do this and get away with it. But by the time I was 26, being the ambitious capitalist pig I was at the time, I got connected closely to large corporations. I was still a consultant and analyst, and I produced a lot of different odd products that aren't important right now. Nothing perverse or strange, I assure you. But I have to tell you that as I got more and more into the corporate structure, I ended up with clients like Exxon, Weyerhaeuser, U.S. Home, some of the largest corporations, and I knew the CEOs and the directors. I spent 13 years at that level as a consultant and analyst, and I had my own production of different products. The terminology of the New World Order was absolutely understood, clear as a bell. Everyone knew what we were all talking about. Nobody had any illusions about it, and everyone at that level knew exactly where the country was going to be taken by the corporate structure because the American people wanted it. Back in the old days, we would refer to it as Coca-Cola and blue jeans. It's what they want. It's what the American people want. So the manufacturers of the goods and services that the American people wanted have gained enormous power. Now, it didn't seem odd to me at all that when I would have a board meeting with Exxon, that I had just left a board meeting up in the Northwest with Weyerhaeuser, that one or two of the individuals at the Exxon board were from the Weyerhaeuser board. And it didn't surprise me that one of them sat on the board of my bank, where I bank. That has been with us since 1913. It's not new, it's not a conspiracy, it's businessmen doing good business. They're good businessmen. They know how to do good business. And when these guys get together, and this is, I'll steal a little paraphrase from Michael Parente's lectures because he's the only one that seems to have a true grasp of it. Of course, he tends to think of it as more of a conspiracy because he's an academic and he's never lived in this world of the corporate structure. I don't see it as a conspiracy, but Michael Parente is deadly right. And when he says, I mean, do you actually think David Rockefeller gets up in the morning and says, well, I've got $12 billion in mutual funds. Who gives a shit what happens? These are very ambitious, powerful men. They care a great deal about the wealth and power they have accumulated. Does it really shock anybody that these men who sit on each other's boards would begin to monopolize industry and take over entire industries, all of them sitting on each other's boards of directors? Theoretically, and it's been somewhat documented, it's not my guess, it's been documented in government studies, not just leftist academics and Marxist professors. It's been documented very clearly that these men do make up approximately 5,000 men in this nation at the highest level of the top 200 corporations. We call it the Fortune 500, but about 1979 it was actually 479. We still call it the Fortune 500. It's down to about 425 now. Soon it's going to be 200 major corporations, which are the most important corporations and banks, and we'll still be calling it the Fortune 500 because you're stupid. Now you understand that I didn't mean that to any individual personally in the audience. So if you really took offense and you said, well, I'm not stupid, I knew that, I would say, well, I'm not talking to you. If I was having to talk to people that already understood this and I wouldn't have to be doing this, I could still be a capitalist pig, just like Bill Gates. Why did I pick Bill Gates? Because I think Bill Gates is the Antichrist. It's just a theory, but I do believe that if we did a numerology thing, in fact, Robert, could you help me out on this? I do believe we will find that there's three little on his head, right? He personifies the specialist who is beholden to hundreds of thousands of other people's talent, expertise, skill, marketing, brains, invention, and creativity, and he's the big hoe. He's making all the big money by being the big hoe. Now, I've only seen him interviewed once, and like Rush Limbaugh, he gave me an instant headache. How many times can you use the word rational in answering several different questions? Efficient, rational. The man's obsessed. He's also, in my view, the perfect example of what's wrong with this country. He's also infantile. He's a child, a very large child that makes a great deal of money. But when a child has that much money, does Caligula ring a bell? This is very dangerous for people that are this infantile to be gaining so much power because of something as grubby as money. Yes, I know it's a Federal Reserve note and it's fiat currency. Don't give me the lecture, okay? I know what we got in our hands. But for money to be the driving ambition and the driving force of this entire economy to the point that self-interest and selfishness is the single most admired attribute in this country, I would say that the word decadent is a perfect description. The country will not survive living with this kind of decadence. Now, I said this on Frank Sontag's show, and I know some of you do believe me because some of you called and said you did, and that's why you came here tonight. See, I'm a minority. There's a black guy sitting over there going, what's that bullshit? No, I'm a minority. I'm actually the single smallest minority on the planet. And so are some of you. You just didn't know it unless you heard what I said on Frank's show, or you learned it the hard way, the way I did. I believe in tolerance for other people's views. Ooh. Even people I don't like. You see, I don't have to like you to tolerate you. I don't have to like anything about you, but I will never dislike you over something as stupid as language, race, or country of origin. That's just a perfect example of how goddamn stupid you are. Straight up, stupid, ignorant. There's something wrong with you. You got a couple of bricks shy. You're nuts. If you actually could dislike people over these things, you need a priest or a psychiatrist. Well, the driving force in this country is money. I don't know anything that divides people more than money. It sure as hell doesn't surprise me that all the money flowing into the upper classes, where the top 5% runs in at about 70 to 80% of the wealth of this country, and the bottom 40% gets the last 10%. I mean, they have virtually nothing. And that poverty and homelessness is on the rise while the banks and the corporations are recording record profits. My one client isn't here tonight. He's going to come to my business roundtable, but he and I have been talking for a long time. And years ago, he had already ascertained, before I even knew him as a client, and he's a financial analyst, he had ascertained the same thing I had, and that's why we hit it off and we became a client relationship. He says that he believed the stock market was going to go to 10,000 before it ever went to 2,000, and that there would be 30 million unemployed Americans. Well, how did he know it? He always laughed and said, it's because I'm a cynic. But I knew that wasn't true. Because if you're a cynic, your only approach to truth, well, cynicism is your only approach to truth, if you're a cynic. And it proves that you have a base soul. There's something wrong with you. To be a cynic is to view the world as survival of the fittest. And we're supposed to be a little better than beasts. Now let me get back to Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and George Bush and George Weyerhaeuser and George Shultz. A lot of Georges there. These men, and this is just a pure speculation on my part, okay? This is a sense of it thing that I will tell you. Some of them seem to me to have no soul. When I see them interviewed, when I see them give a speech, when I see them say things like, I feel your pain. You see, it's these kinds of statements that I've learned from experience. And you need life experience. If you haven't got it yet because you're too young, or you've been, working at Burger King for 12 years, I suggest that you move on and try to do a little something with your life, because without life experience, these things, these books, are pointless. You will learn nothing from these books unless you have life experience to draw upon. You'll just be another academic idiot running off at the mouth, and many of them get books published, and they're still just academic idiots. Nietzsche called them schoolmen. They knew nothing. They lived in citadels, ivory towers, and they knew nothing. And that's true of our academics in this country. They know their little speciality. But you have to, because you're not one of them and you don't live in their world. Maybe some of you do, and I'm sorry if I've offended you, but of course I don't care. But going back to what I was saying, if you don't have these things, these men that I personally have ascertained, it's just a metaphor, it's a euphemism thing, they seem to have no soul to me. They really don't care what happens to anyone. And it is precisely these kinds of men that will develop almost a neurotic ambition and power for money and more power. And I hear all the time from the most odd sources, well, when is it enough? When is it enough money? When do they have enough money that they can then say, that's enough? Well, you understand. You're talking to the wrong person. Now, I know for a fact from life experience that most of you in this room have probably played lotto. Come on. Most of you in this room have at one time or another played lotto. Okay? That's another symptom of our society. You want to get rich because you're too damn lazy to work for it. You don't want to pay the dues. You want the money, you want it all now, and you want the perfect world. You want the perfect car, the perfect house, the perfect job, the perfect relationship. You want to be able to tell people that my relationship is so perfect it's almost scary. Why do you want the world to be perfect? That's absurd. It's ridiculous. And why in the world would you think money is the path to perfection? I'd say we've lost something here. Something's lost here. And I know George Weyerhaeuser and Guy Odom, some of my old former clients, they believed truly that that was the path, not just to power, but true enlightenment. Because without their wealth and power, they always simply assumed, without their wealth and power, they could not achieve those objectives that they wanted, which are nothing short of a global economic regime of economic interdependence. Mostly an interdependence between their corporations and other corporations, and ultimately other corporations in other countries that they also sit on the boards of. They would not achieve their dreams. And they actually speak of it, this monetary regime, this financial global network. They talk about it in terminology as though it is a utopian kind of Renaissance religious experience. This lecture isn't going to be aired on any radio station, so I hope, again, I don't offend anybody because I'm not a natural-born speaker. But that's all fucked up. There's something wrong with people that actually think money and a regime that's about money is a religious experience. But I assure you they do. They really, truly do. They think they're right, and they think there's something wrong with all the rest of us. That's why they think if they keep going the direction they're going, now tell me I'm wrong. Tell me they're wrong. They think if they keep taking the world the way it's going, by and large, most of the American people and the world's populations will go along with it because they want money too. And they told me this hundreds of times. We're not doing anything wrong. Like a little kid. I didn't do anything wrong. They're not doing anything wrong. We're taking Coca-Cola to China. We're putting blue jeans on poor people. We're giving them products, good products at low prices, low prices. And the fact of the matter is they're taking out of work thousands of people to achieve it. They see it as a trade-off. Because many of you who have absolutely no religious beliefs whatsoever, may even be an atheist, may have also adopted, they seem to think you had, adopted social Darwinism as your true religion. The survival of the fittest. As long as you got your money, and you got your car, do you really give a damn what happens in the inner cities of Los Angeles, for instance? Because you got yours. Well, I have not known very many people in my life, and I have met and known a lot of people, okay? A lot more than you could possibly imagine doing the kind of work I do. And I did not meet very many people that thought as I did. They thought that way. And when I would try to have a discussion about the morality or the ethics of the U.S. multinational corporate structure, I always thought I won the debate. But I said I always thought I won the debate. I don't know that I've won the debate. I think that my view is better than their view. And I think there may even be better views than my view. I'm just doing the best I can with my view. But they're winning. You have to admit it. They're winning. And they're not having to do any large-scale conspiratorial act to achieve it. All they have to do is get right in your face, right on the front page of your newspaper, violate the law, and you elect them president. And I don't mean just Bill Clinton. I mean every president since Woodrow Wilson. You just don't know it. And because you don't know that they've made criminal acts, as long as you don't know, you're just going along like the sheeple, and you're just plumb happy about it that, you know, a Democrat got elected this time. You're pleased as punch because you got a little card in your pocket that says you're a Democrat too. And it's like, rah, rah, win, win, I won. And I know there's some of you in the audience that voted for Bill Clinton, and you did it because you thought, well, the choice was Bob Dole. Okay, well, when did you get that dumb? The only choice was not Bob Dole, unless you have a very perverse reason for voting. I always thought that maybe people that voted that way, well, if I don't vote for Bill Clinton, then Bob Dole's going to win. I always thought people that did that, they had a problem with like bumper stickers. They didn't want to be driving around one day with the wrong bumper sticker on. So they wanted to vote for the winner, the guy that's going to win. So if they have Bill Clinton on there and Bill Clinton wins, they can go, ha ha, see, I knew. What? Well, you didn't know shit. You're still stupid. Now, no offense, but let me say something just very quick about Bill, because I will not be a Bill basher. Even though I was a Bush basher years ago, I am not going to become a Bill basher because I really don't believe it's necessary. Bill Clinton committed, allegedly, a pretty heinous criminal act. See, I know some of you conspiracy theorists are going, that's right, he killed Vince Foster because Vince was having sex with his wife. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? Now, if one of you guys in this room had dropped your pants in front of a woman you didn't know, where would you be? You'd be in county lockup. You see, it's a crime. It's odd to me that the entire country is going, well, do you think Bill Clinton should have to stand trial on this civil question? My question is, with this accusation, he should have been picked up by the cops and put in jail. And everybody's going, well, no, wait a minute, that's not really the point. I mean, he's the president, he's the commander-in-chief, and it's going to be really, really busy for him if he has to go and testify. What about the fact that the man has not removed himself from office? We have a flasher in the White House. You understand what I'm saying here? Point blank, straight up, okay? This is a criminal, all right, in the White House, and it's not a big good crime. It's not like that, George Bush SNL thing that everybody got so hot about. You got to admit, now, if any of that was true about George and his sons, let's just go with that and assume it, okay? At least he did it for big money. And he wasn't dropping his pants in some goddamn lobby somewhere. Okay, so what next? Jeffrey Dahmler for president? It doesn't matter what the crime is as long as he doesn't have to take up any time testifying? Something's perverse about this. Okay, that's enough about Bill. Now, one thing I want to say, I'm only going to say this once, and I don't want to hear any crap from the audience, all right? Because I know that you're so intense about this. There's something very sick with a country that will spend 2 years almost obsessed because a rich black man married to a white woman may or may not have done the murder. I personally don't give a damn whether he did it or not. I think what disgusts me is that when I came to this hotel, I wanted to be updated on the news so I would know what was going on, and I couldn't find one lick of news for the last 3 days that it wasn't some idiot being interviewed about O.J. Now, how many of you believe in our legal system? Come on. Come on. Got one guy going like this. Barely, it's like he doesn't want his hand to be seen, you know. Okay, I would like to believe in the rule of law, and I would like to believe in the legal system. Okay, give me a break here. You know, I've done some legal research. It's what I've done for 15 years. That's what I do. I'm a legal analyst about legislative, congressional, and governmental affairs. That's what I do. And I'm still trying to find the life of me, how a man that was acquitted of murder, found not guilty, can be held liable for bucks. Now, either the man was guilty or he's not guilty. So if he's not guilty, how can you go back and then take him to court and pretend that we're going to find out whether he's guilty or not? They're not going to prove whether he's guilty or not. They're just going to take his money, maybe. It still doesn't prove that he's guilty. It proves nothing, except that we have a sick system that will try an innocent man in civil court. Now, see, I don't care whether he did it or not. Again, it isn't a point. You either believe in the rule of law and the way the law ought to operate, or you don't. You have no third option. I'm still scratching my head wondering, where are all these ACLU libertarian lawyers going, well, you know, how can this guy be tried twice for the same crime? He was found innocent. And I don't care if he got away with it. Oh, that's the shock? Somebody commits a crime in America and gets away with it? And you're having a tissy fit? No, you're not. You're having a tissy fit because he's a rich black man who married a white woman, drives around a big goddamn car, and that just bugged the hell out of most of you for a long time. And that's all it is. Am I saying you're racist? Absolutely. That's what this trial's about. Racism. Period. The only reason I had to say it is because I can't believe this is happening again. This OJ thing. You know, I had a joke. Okay, some of you might not think it was a funny joke. I don't tell a lot of funny jokes, but I told a joke, like, it was kind of a joke. At one of my lectures, I said, you know, how long does it take to lynch a black man in America? 1 year on CNN. Well, it looks like it's going to take a lot longer. Absolutely amazing country. I was doing a radio show, and I failed to say the word alleged when I mentioned Tim McVeigh as the man who bombed the Oklahoma City building. If you haven't read the indictment, the case is fairly overwhelming against Tim McVeigh. And I know some of you probably think the CIA blew up the building so they could declare martial law and take away good patriots' gun rights. My only question to you would be then, after they blew up the building, why didn't they declare martial law? What are they waiting for? You know, declare martial law 4 years after the fact? It's not going to work, you understand? You know, you try to at least package your theories around some kind of rational thought. There, Bill Gates, rational thought. Still like that. I didn't say McVeigh allegedly blew up the Oklahoma City building. What I said was, Tim McVeigh blew up the Oklahoma City building. And a woman called in and she said, I was a greater threat to national security than all the militias in the country because I didn't use the word alleged. And I didn't know how to respond, so the host said, you know, excuse me, you're saying he's a national security threat because he didn't use a word? And she said, absolutely. He's more dangerous than anybody else in the country because he didn't say alleged. So the host asked me if I cared to respond. I said, only with a question. I asked her very quickly, is O.J. guilty? She said yes. I went, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, she didn't laugh, though. She didn't think it was funny, you know. Yeah. Clearly didn't get it. Okay, now we have what I've tried to describe briefly here is an interlocking board of directors in the multinational corporate structure. Now here's another legal question for you. When a large bank like Chase Manhattan absorbs another bank like Chemical Bank, or a GE takes over a Westinghouse, or a Boeing takes over or merges with a Lockheed, isn't that a violation of the Federal Trade Commission's rules that was supposed to keep the country free of monopoly? Precisely. Well, then what are we, stupid? We've had more mergers in the last 10 years than in the entire history of the world. We now have really a Fortune 200. In the end, there's going to be several large corporations that will absolutely dominate every important sector of the economy, and you idiots will still be listening to leftist academics saying the problem is laissez-faire free market economics. How can this be free market when it's monopoly? Adam Smith, Marx, Lenin, Jefferson, make a list. Andrew Jackson knew the difference between free market systems and monopoly. And we created a legal system to keep monopolies from forming. Monopolies, corporate monopolies, are more dangerous than a government tyranny. And everybody in philosophy, in the history, since 300 years, when it was theory and now that it's fact, have always known this. Because given enough financial power and domination of any economy, what are they going to do with their money? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that they're going to buy the government. They're going to buy the politicians. They're going to buy the judges. They're going to buy more power. And that's precisely what's happened. That's why the congressmen and senators, whether they be Democrats or Republicans, and personally I also say libertarians now, libertarians as well, even throwing an Ayn Randian objectivist, I don't care really. Put them all in there. Sooner or later, if they're in Washington, they're going to be at the trough or they will not last. Because the rest of Washington's at the trough. Everybody seems to think, well, if we elect a good guy like Ron Paul in Lake Jackson, Texas, well, there's a good start right there. Bullshit. There's 434 other jerks that are taking graft. He will be totally irrelevant. And I've been saying this for 12 years on talk shows all over the nation. You want to correct what's wrong, you have to grow up. You have to grow up. That's the first thing you have to do. And that requires assessing the situation properly as an adult, and then taking the means necessary to correct it. I personally believe one of the means necessary is to throw out every election, every 2 years, every single incumbent. I don't care who they are. I don't care if you love them. I don't care if it's your husband or your wife. Vote them out every 2 years. Otherwise, they're not going to get the point. You're going to vote out the Democrat you don't like and replace him with a Republican you like, and there's going to be 434 other people taking graft. You don't get it. You've lost the point here. The point is that the whole system is now corrupt. It's an absolute gridlock over money and power. The only way to strip them of their power is to get rid of them, and I mean all of them. Now, there's two ways of doing it. Now, some guy in, Bubba's militia from North Carolina is going to applaud the first one. You can shoot them all. Out of every revolution, except the American Revolution, because the American Revolution differed fundamentally about who it was that was revolting. They were truly throwing off a yoke of tyranny and seeking the idea of freedom. Every other revolution, ends up in tyranny. You will have a dictator. This country cannot revolt against this regime using violence. You'll lose. Guaranteed. Promise. You will lose. Now, the other way to revolt is to throw them all out of office. It's the same thing as going in, double tapping all of them. It's precisely the same thing. You get rid of them. Put them back in the marketplace and let them earn a living like you and I. Now, why won't we do that? Well, to me, it's obvious why we won't do that. Because we're as ideological, as infantile, as they are. And the vast majority of people in this country don't even vote. They don't even read. Most of them, good 50%, can't read. No, it's not a joke. The largest Labor Department study of literacy ever in this country produced 70% basic illiteracy in this country, in the American adults, and half of them were functionally illiterate. They can't read a menu, they can't write a letter, they can't read a street sign. So big shock, we've got 30 million people on the dole, on welfare, unemployed, Social Security, quitting, homeless, make a list. It's not a big shock that we have this kind of a problem in a country that is this illiterate. But it also explains, in my view, why we had the lowest turnout since 1924 in this past election. The lowest turnout since women got the right to vote. Why didn't they vote? Well, an awful lot of them either have already given up, they think there's no point, so they quit. That's a smart thing to do. I always like quitting, that's good. That's a good idea. You know, I got a son that acts that way. You know? Well, you know, if I really try and I fail, it'd be really embarrassing, so why don't I just quit, man? You know, if I don't take the risk, I won't fail. I mean, it's a given, right? You know, there's a point in there, I'm sure, somewhere. But I really don't think adults should be acting this way. It's just a theory of mine that adults should act differently. You should throw them all out of office and elect a whole new batch. Now, I know everybody's going, well, elect who? Okay, so why not you? That's all I hear is we're the people. We the people, we the people. Chuck Harder, we the people. Ross Perot, we the people. We're the government, yet none of you run for office. Let none of you think that your neighbor is qualified to run for office. You think the bunhead that gets on television has got the money behind him, he ought to be in office because he's on television. He's just as dumb as you. You would be just as dumb in office as he would, so why not run? What do we got to lose? Kind of a backhanded evolution there, wasn't it? That was a devolution. Why is the country swamped with conspiracy theory literature? Well, it began about 250 years ago, or something like that, when the printing press was first developed. Soren Kierkegaard, a Danish philosopher, said, upon realizing that they had invented the printing press, and he went and he saw the first one, and it was a marvel. He thought it was just a marvel. He said, what will we use this printing press for? And they said, well, we're going to print newspapers and things for the public. He said, oh, great. Then every stupid, ignorant ass will be obligated to have an opinion. Precisely. Talk radio. Letters to the editor. Election pamphlets. The problem is we have a glut of ignorance about reality. We have a bunch of ideologues dominating the landscape, and they actually think they know what's going on. See, I'm not telling you I know what's going on. I'm going to tell you I know a little bit about some things, and I've written 28 white papers to tell you what I think I know about some things. But I assure you, I have never felt qualified to run for public office, and I've been asked. I have, a lot, many times. And I've consulted political campaigns. And that's a great way to get a leg up to run for office. You get in bed with the hoes. You can be a hoe too. It's real easy. But see, I've never felt qualified. This is the first time in my life that I actually today, right now, feel that I'm more qualified to be in the White House than the President of the United States. And I'm not being smug. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that it has evolved to this point. The man is a classical ass. He doesn't give a damn about anybody. That's why he keeps reminding you how much he cares. He's like a friggin' Hallmark card all the time. Don't you get it? That's sentimentality. That's not reality. It's what people do to each other when they don't give a damn. They go get a Hallmark card where somebody else's sentiment has been written down, and they give it to their wife and say, see, honey, what was that they said again? Right, I love you. Right. Give me a break. That's sentimentality. That's foul. That's an ugly thing. That's not a good thing. It's being taught in our society that these are good things. If you say you care, you wouldn't lie, right? Give me a break. Look what's going on in this country. When I was on Frank's show the time before last, I made a kind of tiny little, and I don't like these words, prediction. It was a theoretical, formulated kind of a prognostication about something that I felt I had analyzed well enough that I might be able to say that it's going to come to pass. There. Because I really hate this concept that if I'm up here speaking and I say A is going to happen next week and it happens, it's a prediction, came true, so woo, wow, what, you know something. It's not like Nostradamus stuff, all right? It's just basic analysis of the workings. There's going to be a China-America free trade agreement. I said the first place Clinton is going to go was China and Asia. Where did he go? Within 1 week. How did I know that? Because I have a crystal ball like John Stockwell used to say he did? Well, he didn't. That's why he's developing and programming computers in West Texas in the private sector. That's why you don't ever hear from John Stockwell. He didn't have a crystal ball. I don't have one either. But we are going to have a China-America trade agreement because that is the future. And there's nothing in the world you can do to stop it. Nothing. Revolt, rebel, blow up buildings. You cannot stop what the entire world's population wants. You're going to have to live with it. I don't endorse it. I think the entire global regime, the economic regime they're creating, will create more authoritarianism, less freedom, less democracy. Ain't no such thing as no free republic anywhere in the world now, so quit talking about it. And you better figure out how to live within the confines of this regime and change it properly, because you will not change it by revolution, because nobody else agrees with you. The whole world wants blue jeans and Coca-Cola. If you don't believe me, and I assume many of you don't, I don't really care. Why don't you get out of your goddamn 5-mile radius and go talk to some people from Europe or Asia? Talk to some people around the world. They want the global regime. They're demanding it from their governments, from their institutions, and our people are going to give it to them. And I will quote a friend of mine who's a client that I spoke of earlier. I asked him in one of my business roundtables to tell the other members of the group what he and I have been talking about for years, that I have been saying for years publicly, but I'm tired of saying it. I wanted it to come from someone else. One of his clients is Exxon as well, right now, presently. And he told the group of business people in this roundtable, not all of them are business people, there's a lot of different people, but anyways, in this group, he basically said that in the last meeting he attended, his board of directors meeting at Exxon, they did precisely what I had described in my lectures in the past. They closed up the doors, shut down the windows, got all the secretaries out, and then they told the truth to each other. They said, without question, we are going overseas. We are taking our market, our wares, and we are going global. There's no question about it. If we don't, we will not survive as a corporation. And we know that it's going to cost Americans thousands of jobs, ultimately millions of jobs, and there will be chaos in the streets. But we can't care about that. Our job is to make money for our stockholders, which is also to say for themselves, and if it causes more unemployment and chaos in the streets, they not only don't care, like Lily Tomlin, they don't have to care. Because by and large, the American people endorse it. You think because you know some friends and you pick up the phone and you talk to Bubba in Texas and Charlie in Kentucky and you guys all agree that this is a bad thing, you think there's a movement opposing this. You're wrong. The movement is for more money, more computers, more toys, more greed, more selfishness. That's what's driving this country. That's why nobody voted. The lowest turnout since 1924. Get a clue. Doesn't that tell you something? You know what the corporate structure said? And I'm not making this up. The corporate structure actually said this. They wanted to be quoted saying this. The election of Bill Clinton and the low turnout proved our theory. We're winning, and they're going to accept it. We can do anything we want now. I have somebody waving at me, so I have to be quiet for a minute while he changes the tape. So what are you supposed to do when you're standing up? Got any conspiracy theorists in the room? Are those mirrors making you a little nervous? Huh? Huh? Think about it. Now, I know that a whole bunch of you don't want to accept what I just said. The reason I know that it's true isn't just the low turnout. I've done, and I'm guessing now because my press agent is the only one that actually knows this, but I'm going to guess that I've done about 5, maybe 8,000 hours of talk radio interviews over 17 years period of time, and I've seen the change. The American people have changed. It's not the same. The country's not the same. And nor should it be. I had hoped that with progress, material progress, that maybe we would progress intellectually or emotionally, and of course that was just a little personal wish on my part. It's obviously not true. And I don't see any rebellion in this country about anything except money. Even the concept of liberty that's yacked about by both the left and the right is in a terminology and an idea about freedom to do something. Freedom to do this or that. Like, you know, like the hemp initiative, man. Like, you know, hemp is really cool because, like, you can make shirts and, like, ropes, man. Oh, cut it to the chase, will you? I know exactly why you want this thing to pass. Now, why don't you just say it? You're going to be wearing shirts and ropes. Stop that. Okay? There's a self-interest, is what I'm saying, in every political agenda. And as long as that's how our politics are, and there's nothing in there intruding like compassion or sympathy and all those wussy things that like pacifists care about, man. If there's nothing in there about compassion for the disenfranchised and those in the lower rung, that's the definition of a decadent civilization throughout history. If you can't take care of the least of the people in this country, then we are not a civilized people. We are barbaric. By definition, from Aristotle, Plato, Nietzsche, make a list. Everybody that had a brain understands this. And yet every initiative, every squawking, voter, pamphleteering, political activist, advocate, every single one of them has a personal agenda. You're completely disingenuous about what you stand for. You know, you sit there and you go, I'm for like abortion, man, because it should be right, okay? But, you know, these people with guns, man, they shouldn't have a right to keep and bear arms. Okay, hold it now. Wait a minute. If you're not going to respect their rights, can you possibly believe that they're going to respect your rights? And why should they then? And I'm not advocating bombing abortion clinics. Anybody would bomb an abortion clinic because they believe that the abortion clinics are killing, I don't know. This is a kind of an anomaly, wouldn't you call it? Just a little bit, maybe? As a guy I know, he's way in the back of the room and he knows what I'm talking about, but he's already going into a comedy routine right now. Okay, like, you killed me, so I'm going to kill you, man. This doesn't make any sense to me, that we have a society like this. Okay, I believe in the right to keep and bear arms, up to a point. I believe in all kinds of liberties, up to a point for a general population of civilized people. And there's a reason why I say up to a point. Because, you know, you sit there and you've got this little rational beanie cap on and you're saying, well, you know, I know what the limit is. I know what it should be. Or like Jim Tate of Soldier of Fortune magazine once said, I believe in the right to keep and bear light artillery weapons. Oh, that was a real boost for the gun rights, you know, people. That really helped a lot, Jim. That's smart. No, you know why I don't believe in the right to keep and bear arms to that degree? Because we still have thousands upon thousands of people in this country that are no different than the Hatfields and the McCoys. And most of them can't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo, with a rifle, a pistol, or anything else. So, right, what do we want to give them? More powerful weapons and light artillery weapons and watch them miss their neighbors and kill a whole bunch of people, right? No, we can't allow that. We're supposed to be civilized. If you want to be barbarians, move to the Middle East. Go to Lebanon. You can kill lots of people randomly. It's free up there, you know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be civilized. That's the fundamental difference. So you do have to compromise a little bit. Not the foundation of liberty. You don't compromise the foundations, but you have to compromise to remain civilized. That's not coming from me. That's Jefferson, Paine, Madison, Franklin, okay? This is not a big flash here. Nihilism isn't going to work. We're this close of becoming a purely nihilistic society. But actually it's worse. Nietzsche referred to it once as a flabby Judaism. Now, what that means is flabby, meaning soft, spongy, icky, you know. He always used words like that. The other word, eudaimonism, that word means basically that your theory of life is to be happy. Your sole function in life is to be happy. Well, I don't know, for somebody to think like that, to actually think that way, clearly has never lived in the real world. Because by and large, the real world, there's just about a little bit more suffering and tragedy than there is happiness. And I think if you're mature, you probably have grasped that at some point in your life. See, I see what's going on with OJ right now as a comic tragedy. I think it's laughable, but it is indeed a tragedy that a country of supposedly adults could be behaving this way about one guy. There's a tragedy in there that could be their obsession, because that's not a good obsession. That's a sick obsession. How far will they take the regime? Look, I've made the mistake of phrasing things inappropriately on talk shows sometimes, because I'll say things like, there is no new world order the way the militia believes there to be. And see, there's a lot of people that can't quite grasp that qualifier in the sentence, the way they think it is. There is no new world order. There isn't going to be a world government the way anybody thinks there's going to be. So don't pick up your Bible and start quoting from Revelations about the world government, okay? I'm not talking about your religion. I'm talking about the reality of the global regime. There will never be a world government. And in fact, in all of the general publications from the United Nations, they've already discounted any belief that we will have a world government. What they're seeking, and I'm opposed to it, what they're seeking is global governance. Something to govern the globe as the globe more and more becomes, like it or not, interdependent. And everybody knows that the interdependence isn't between Brazil and the United States. It's not about coffee beans in Brazil so you and I can drink coffee in Massachusetts. That's not the interdependence. The interdependence is between Ford Motor Company of Detroit and Ford Motor Company of Bonn, Germany. That's who's interdependent. They all know that. And they know that nothing in the world is going to change that, because the people in Germany, Uruguay, make a list, they want it. They want what we have. They're sitting in mud huts in some of these countries, dirt floors. They got a television and an antenna, and they're watching Dallas with subtitles. And their child is dying of malnutrition on the floor. Now, what do you think? They don't want that? No, if their government and their own corporate structure is going to promise them that, they're going to say yes to it. They're not going to say no. You've got an entire world population that wants to have the same lifestyle as us. What is in the way, then, to stop Exxon from behaving the way they behave? Well, you're going to blow up their oil wells, sink a tanker? What are you going to do? You can't even put a dent in Exxon. Exxon's gross income is larger than the gross national product of Sweden. These are countries. IBM, AT&T, IT&T, GM, Ford. These are countries. These are no longer corporations. They are the essence of a nation state without boundaries. They are the government. I don't know how many times I've said corporate state in my lectures. You understand why I put these two words together? Corporate state. It's one and the same. The corporations act like the state, and the states cooperate with the corporations, to the point that they put in office, from the president on down, their own people. That's who George Bush was, George Shultz, Cap Weinberger. Make a list. If you don't know that, you're stupid. And you can't be a self-governed free country being stupid. You have to know what's going on. And I mean know it properly, correctly. And there is a way to know it. There are some truths. There's no great truth you can know, but there are some truths you can know. You can know who's on the board of directors of IBM. then you can know who's on the board of directors over here of General Motors and see that 6 guys from each company sit on each other's board. Then you can take those same people and extrapolate it and find out that they're on German, French, British corporations' boards. And yes, they belong to Masonic temples, they belong to the Council on Foreign Relations, they belong, and they fund the Institute for Policy Studies, they fund the Enterprise Institute, the Heritage Foundation, make a list. They fund everything. Because they're corporations, they're control freaks. If you never worked in a corporation, you might not know this. Corporations are by nature control freaks. They're as big a bureaucracy as any government has ever created. And they act fundamentally the same. Amongst themselves in their own literature, they talk to each other in exactly the same language of government as they do in business. It's all the same language now. You just you've missed the point. You're not listening. You're not listening completely. All the language is the same because the players are the same. Why do you want the government to be more efficient? Ross Perot. Elect a businessman and make the government more efficient. What, so all the trains can run on time? Ring a bell? Mussolini, come on. Hitler. That's an efficient regime. You don't want your government efficient. You want it inefficient. Gridlock, confusion, chaos. They can't get anything done. Great. Then they'll leave me alone. You don't want them efficient. The day this government gets efficient and the corporate structure gets efficient, it's over. You will have a national ID card. There will be, and I'm not making things up here, okay? Federal Telecommunications System 2000 is a system that by law is already in the process of not being developed, it's being installed. In every bank, every corporation, every federal agency will be online by the year 2000 by law. Fiber optic is the key. It's interactive. That's the key. Ultimately, they will be able to develop an electronic funds transfer at the point of sale, a cashless system. Now, can they do it by the year 2000? Absolutely not. Can they do it by the year 2025? In every metropolitan area of the United States, it will be. You will not be able to buy or sell with anything like cash or a check. You will have a debit card and a credit card, or you will not function at all. Now, right, you can get outside the system. That's true. You don't have to play. You can be out of the system, which, since I've already described it as it's fundamentally a law, it's going to be codified in law, you'll be outside the system and outside the law, i.e. an outlaw. You have that option. Some of you got the cojones for it, do it. I don't have a problem with it. I don't care. I'm an anarchist. I don't really give a damn what this country does. It's not going to affect me. I can live with tyranny, and it's still not going to affect me. I know how to disappear. I can walk the edge. It doesn't bother me. I'm not afraid of it. Ooh, boogie, boogie. Somebody's going to kick in my door and take away my guns. No, they're not. I was smart enough to figure that out too long ago. If you're sitting there on 14 illegal weapons, yeah, you're probably dumb enough that they're going to kick in your door and take your guns because you're that stupid. If you haven't paid attention for 30 years, it's a little late to play catch-up suddenly because you don't like the way things are. You're supposed to be a little more mature than that as an adult. Yes, they're going to further restrict gun rights. Without question. Without question. They're going to further restrict financial privacy. Without question, they're going to. There's no question about it. And they'll use any vehicle they can. A drug war, money laundering. They'll tell you anything they have to tell you because if you're intelligent, they're not talking to you anyways. They're talking to the rest of the country that's too damn dumb to even figure out what's going on. It's like the TWA flight. Was it a missile? Was it a bomb? Was it an accident? Was it a missile? Was it a bomb? Was it an accident? Well, seeing as nobody knew, why were they rushing to pass new regulations at the airport? Well, because as long as it's left up in the air that it was a bomb, maybe, then a lot of yuppies in America are so afraid that something might happen to them and they won't be able to drive their Volvo and play with their little computers every day and live forever with absolute security. They're going to demand absolute security at the airports. Now, if it turned out it was a missile, what good would an X-ray machine do at the airport? So even if it was a missile, they're not going to tell you it's a missile. Ah, then the government's lying to us. Ooh, now there's a revelation for you. The government might lie to us? No kidding. I never thought of that. So 2-3 years from now, in a subcommittee on terrorism hearing, there'll be some, retired NSC official, and you'll sit there and you'll go, oh yeah, when the TWA flight was down by a missile, and blah, 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 and some senator's going to go, excuse me, what did you just say? Oh, I'm sorry. That's how we'll find out. Now, where's the big problem? You got a big problem with that, right? You're really upset about it, right? The government's lying to you. This government hasn't told you the truth since 1949. Not even close. And it's been published in so many volumes by so many authors for so many years that to even have to say it makes me feel stupid. It makes me feel that this is pointless, to have to remind a group of adults that our government has been corrupt since World War II. Well, how could it be otherwise? Be honest. Admit it. Most of us had, mothers and fathers that, were around about that era, World War II. And when that war was over, they pretty much came home and wanted to buy one of them new TVs and a toaster oven. Pretty much didn't give a damn about nothing. They thought, well, now we have global peace. We don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to read another book. We don't have to think. We don't have to be political. All we have to do is watch television and be happy. If you're honest about it, that's the majority of the adults in this country since that date. And they were wrong. Of course they were wrong. And there were hundreds of authors and philosophers and statesmen saying, you're wrong. You still must be a literate society. You must understand what's going on around you. You must vote properly and be vigilant for liberty. Those people were always there. Nobody didn't warn the American people. That's what makes me sick. When somebody wakes up and they're 56 years old and they find out that the Federal Reserve System is a privately owned corporation and that there's actual profit to be made by running a deficit, they go, oh my God, I didn't know that. Huh, if I didn't know it, well then it must have been a conspiracy. Why didn't anybody tell me? Oh, I don't know. It was published all over the friggin' country in the New York Times, 1913. Over and over again, they debated it on the college campuses. Paul Warburg toured the country. There were editorials in the New York Times. Why didn't you know? I don't know. You don't read anything? Ever? Maybe? But just because you didn't know, it doesn't mean that it was a conspiracy when it happened. And that's what most of the authors about the system concluded. Yes, it was passed in the dead of night. Now, that's unethical. That's true. That's unethical. How many times has our present Congress done precisely that? All the time. They do it. So we've discovered that now the Congress is unethical. See, we're getting a lot smarter here, aren't we, kids? Unethical, and they lie to us. Gee, I feel like, I don't know, running for office or something. They already have the technology. So every cellular phone will emit a signal so they will know exactly who's on the phone and where they are. It's already developed. They just haven't deployed it yet. You won't ever even know that it's been deployed because it's not like it's something that, General Electric and Westinghouse wants to broadcast. It's just not in their interest to develop a technology and put it in existing technology without your knowledge. It really isn't in their interest to actually publicize it and do it and ask for your opinion whether or not you want it. Okay, that doesn't constitute, again, a conspiracy. It constitutes corporate behavior. That's as normal to them as breathing. And it will be online by the year 2000. So all you militia guys with your cellular phones that you think you've been pretty clever so far, and, well, it's history, okay? You better come up with a better plan. Try diplomatic pouch. Look, I'm going to repeat something that a lot of you have already heard, but those of you that haven't, I'll make it swift and clean, okay? In 1973, by 1973, the government had already realize that the biggest threat to the corporate state, and when I say government, I mean the corporate state interlock. Those same men, the businessmen that are in our government and the government officials that when they're done with the government are headed for the corporate structure. Okay? Like Alexander Haig, when he ceased to be General Alexander Haig, became the CEO of United Technologies. That's called the Iron Triangle. Everybody that knows stuff should have known that, okay? Now, given that scenario, that these men don't differ ideologically and they're all working in the same direction for their own personal goals, plus the structure that they're creating, they were intelligent enough, and yes, corrupt enough, intelligent enough and corrupt enough to pass into law an executive order signed by Nixon called 11490. It granted for the first time immense emergency powers to federal emergency management. Since then, every year or so, it gets amended, and those powers have been extended, and every president signs off on it. President Clinton has even gone further. He's amended it to the point that a national emergency can be called, but instead of calling a large national emergency and having to inform the Congress, he passed an executive order 12919, which stipulates that he can declare mini emergencies, little ones, department by department, cabinet by cabinet. In other words, he can declare a banking emergency and a commerce emergency, and then he also granted that all of the emergency powers, under the direction of the FEMA director, would be transferred not to the president, but the National Security Advisor, whose position has never been codified in law. The National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Anthony Lake, blah, 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 right? That position has never been codified in law, and the Senate does not approve of that position. They do not have to approve the person, okay? It's whoever the president wants to have. Usually it's just a good, really good friend that knows a lot about national security. Well, Bill Clinton decided to grant that position of National Security Advisor the emergency powers to govern at the time of those mini-emergencies. Now, because he did it in this fashion, this would allow him to declare a banking emergency, and the National Security Advisor would be in charge of the emergency, and the Congress would never know of the emergency. So they could shut down the entire banking system on a Friday, and on a Monday, or actually it would be a Tuesday, it would be a 4 days holiday, and then on a Tuesday you'd wake up, and just like that, an iron curtain would come down. The iron curtain would be an electronic curtain, and we would, at that point, have a cashless system. Now, that's the worst-case scenario. The problem is it's already codified in law, and everybody understands that. The American people haven't got a clue what's going on, and by and large, they don't give a damn that it's going on. 50 million Americans, a large chunk of them Christians and Christian fundamentalists, are already on debit cards. 50 million as of 2 years ago. They expect 100 million Americans by the year 2000 to have voluntarily joined the electronic system of debit cards. They will already be paying their taxes, collecting their checks through a debit transfer system, an electronic system. So they will not be affected at all. So see, the only scenario why the government would do that would be to entrap and catch those who have remained outside of the system. Now that system is already online for the year 2000 for the metropolitan areas of the country. Like I said, 50, maybe 80 million by now. Americans have already voluntarily done such a thing. By 1997, I believe, everybody that's on Social Security, welfare, they will have to accept their check electronically by law, or they will not get a check. That's Al Gore's Reinventing Government proposal coming to pass. It will be, in fact, law. Now, there's nothing you can do about it except throw out 535 congressmen and senators and start over. But I have to tell you, I don't believe the American people want that. I don't believe they've got the guts for it. I don't believe we have the kind of courageous country that wants the responsibility that comes with liberty. I don't believe it anymore. I have seen no evidence of it. I've seen a bunch of people that don't like what's going on, so they want to blow up buildings and shoot people randomly. They're not really sure who. They're not positive who. I mean, maybe shoot Craig because he may be a communist, right? So and he doesn't like the militia, so maybe we ought to shoot him then, huh? It's not like he's a real shark, right? But that's the answer. I don't think so. Go ahead, shoot me. Personally, I really don't care. It would certainly end my speaking career. But it's not going to solve anything. You're not going to kill them all. It's a corporate structure. It's a hierarchy. Just like the Bloods and the Crips. You can kill every goddamn drug dealer on every street corner in this city, and tomorrow morning they will be replaced. Now some of you white guys are going, well, that's okay. We'll just keep killing them. Pretty soon we'll have killed all the black guys. Well, no. White guys will replace them. Duh. Wait, are you stupid here? You think drugs is like a black thing? I got news for you. Drugs is like a corporate thing, all right? There'd be no such thing as crack or cocaine or most drugs in this country except marijuana. There would be no such thing as these drugs without acetone, ether, potassium permanganate, all the rest of it, okay? Where do these things come from? Pharmaceuticals. Eli Lilly, Dow. Without these things, there would be no such thing as cocaine. But you're not going to see the corporate structure allow laws to be passed to restrict the sales of precursor chemicals to the drug makers. And anyways, there's no demand to. Nobody has stood up in Congress and demanded it. You're not demanding it. American people aren't demanding it. No, what does the American people do? They listen to talk radio. That's what they do. They go, I'm just going to listen to talk radio and find out what's going on. Well, that's sharp. That's real smart. Uh-huh. No offense, Frank. I know you're a talk radio show host, but, hey, it's okay. I was for a little while, too. You know how long I lasted. The fact of the matter is, that isn't where you're supposed to find the truth about anything. You're supposed to find the truth about things on your own. You're supposed to do your own research. You're supposed to be a citizen, a responsible citizen, not just a subject of the realm. So it isn't that hard to figure out why we have a drug problem in this country. But I'm not going to solve it by saying it, and if every single person in this room decided to bombard a talk show, a particular one, let's say one I really don't care for, say Rush Limbaugh, let's bombard him with the concept that cocaine is a problem because we have multinational corporate pharmaceutical companies selling the precursor chemical. You wouldn't get the sentence out. Not because Rush Limbaugh is bought and paid for by the corporate world. That's a left-wing conspiracy theory. It's because it's boring. Okay? And talk radio is by and large about entertainment. It's driven by entertainment. This subject matter is boring. Let me make that concept a little bit clearer. A 50-gallon drum of ether goes for about $75 a barrel on the open market. In Peru, right outside the Eli Lilly plant in Peru, they're selling ether to the Colombian cartels for $7,000 a barrel. When Ann Roblinski asked the DEA agents that were involved in a particular sting operation in Peru, well, if this is true, who's making the real profit? Where's the real profit in the drug trade? And the DEA agent went, it's clearly in the precursor chemicals. That's where the real profit is. You see, all the rest of it, the production, the distribution, the usage, all of the rest of it is all distributed throughout the world with millions of people involved. The corporate structure, without which there would be no cocaine, can charge $10,000 a barrel, and they'll get it. And why aren't they stopped? I don't know. George Bush was on the board of Eli Lilly. You think that might be a problem? Okay, so we've got a problem that there's people on the board of directors that are also in the government that actually declare a war on drugs, which George Bush did. It wasn't Reagan's war on drugs. It was George Bush's, long before Reagan. And wouldn't this constitute a conflict of interest? And isn't conflict of interest in government illegal. Actually, it's criminal. Why did I all of a sudden sound like a Muppet right then? Actually, it's criminal. Hey, precisely, it's criminal. So why isn't George Bush in jail for that? Why isn't Bill Clinton in jail for being a flasher? What are you talking about? See, what do we got? We got 100 people in this room tonight, and maybe I've done lectures and I've talked to, I don't know, what, 10,000 maybe over 15 years if I'm lucky. Right. If I mobilized every single person that's ever heard me, we couldn't even fill up a football stadium. Because the truth of the matter is, and I know some of you really hate to hear this, but some of you guys, I used to attend a lot of other lectures besides my own. I would sit in the back with sunglasses on and a big hat trying to look like a movie star or something, hide in the back there so nobody would recognize you. You go to a Michael Parente lecture, you go to an old Danny Sheehan lecture, go over there to old Bo Grice and listen to Bo for a bit. You find out it's all the same people going to all the same damn lectures. You keep seeing all the same people. Because the handful of people that are interested in what's going on are interested in what's going on, so they're all going to the lectures, and that's it. There's no new blood coming into these lectures. There never will be, because the American people are watching football. And they're playing. They got toys and shit. They're playing. They got rollerblades. They got $300 sunglasses. They got red cars. They're cool. They're having a good time. And guess what? They are. I know the people that are here, by and large, you're political, but you're going to have to face a little reality here. They are having a really good time out there. You understand? They are partying their frigging brains out. And you're sitting here wringing your hands going, oh, we got a deficit, and we've got a Federal Reserve System that's making profit, and ooh. You don't get a grip, you're going to have a coronary. God, guys get so intense, God, like abortion and guns, and you get so intense about it, I don't know. I have to tell you a little story. This is how I feel, but I tell it as a story because, like I said, I truly am kind of, in a sense, an anarchist. I don't really care what happens because nothing can touch me up here. You can't put me in jail. You're not going to bother me there. It doesn't make any difference. It's not going to bother me. Bukovsky was a prisoner in the Soviet Union, and they locked him up because he stood in front of the Kremlin, and he looked at him. That's all he did. He would just stand there day after day, and he would look at him. And finally, the drapes were pulled back, and little heads would start popping up, and they started looking back at him. And pretty soon, they finally sent a couple of KGB guys down. They said, excuse me, what are you doing? He went, I'm just looking at you. Well, move on. No. Well, no, you have to move on. You have to move on, or we're going to make you move on. He said, you can make me move on. Assuredly, you can do that. And they did. Later, when he was released, I think it was 18 years later in prison, he wrote a book, and he explained, thank you. Is that vodka? That's Vidania. What he explained is that his freedom and his liberty came from inside. It was inside of him. It was in his mind, it was in his heart. There was nothing they could do to touch him. Well, when he came to America and he tried to lecture on this concept, and he wrote a book on the subject, he did not get invited on university campuses. He was not interviewed on television. And it wasn't because there was a big conspiracy against him to silence him. He didn't get interviewed on television or go on university campuses because the concept didn't make sense to most of the people that had to look at the subject. Because you see, in America, we're free. It came with the wallpaper. We were born, we're free. There, that's it. We don't have to do anything. And by and large, that's what the American people believe. We're free, that's it. It's finished. It's a done deal. There, we're all free. We don't have to worry about anything. Boy, I'm pretty glad we're not communists. They're not free. We feel pretty good about it. Well, most of the American people are totally, completely unfree. They have no handcuffs on them. They're not in jail. And they are not free. Because every single morning they wake up and they wring their hands and they fret and they sweat and they have a fit because they're not really sure that this next year they're going to get a new car and their brother-in-law got one. And when they leave their house, they're scared to death that they don't have enough deadbolts on it because they got so much stuff. Why do they leave their house? Like George Carlin said, so they can go buy more stuff. Well, I can't conceive of a people less free than people that obsessed with material wealth, because you'll never have enough. If Michael Jackson has not proven this concept, there will never be enough. Now, right, this guy's free, right? Look what it's done to him, okay? Come on. See, I believe in a free market. And this is where I part company with the objectivists, Leonard Takeoff objectivism, the Ayn Randianism, the libertarians of the right, primarily, not the libertarians of the left, because there's a split. But I don't agree with them because they refuse to address that under this almost puritanical belief in a free market system, they refuse to even think of regulating the corporate structure. They think that, well, that would be socialism. No, it wouldn't. It would be intelligent. It's got nothing to do with socialism or Fabian socialism, or the concept is socialistic. I like istic. Istics at the end. It's socialistic, so we shouldn't do that. No, it isn't. It's rational. It's intelligent. When Adam Smith wrote, there was no Exxon. He wasn't that stupid. When Marx wanted to regulate things, yes, I don't agree with socialism nor communism, but Marx never wanted to regulate shoemakers. He didn't. And if you think he did, it's because you've been reading too much John Birch literature. He had no intention of regulating anything more than the largest outfits that supply the needed raw materials for civilization to exist. I believe he went too far theoretically. I believe he was wrong about some things. But at least I bothered to read him. I'm one of the few people that have all 48 volumes of his collected work. Because on top of everything he taught, he was a philosopher to boot. It was a system built on philosophy. I didn't agree with most of it, but he didn't say the things that people think he said. Communism as it's practiced isn't that thing. We can't tolerate monopoly corporate structures in every major area of production of goods in this country, throughout the world. Because if you haven't been in a corporate structure, you have no idea what tyranny is. How many people actually work for, like, AT&T, IT&T, Exxon? Not likely too many of you are in this room. You know what I'm saying? But let's put it this way. If you've never been in the system, there's nothing more authoritarian, dictatorial, hierarchical, egotistical, driven, manipulative than that structure. Because it is not regulated one iota how they behave inside those doors. They can do anything they want to their employees. And very soon, with A, the corporate downsizing, B, the globalization of the economy, labor unions are history. They're out of business. You got maybe 5 years left, and you're gone. And if you're with the ACLU and you don't believe me, write me a letter and I'll give you about 25 volumes to begin with to start reading about it, because everybody in the corporate world already knows it. If you don't disband, diffuse, go away, or work as the corporate structure dictates, the management, they will go to Peru. I'm not making this up. I have clients who, odd set of circumstances, I have some clients who believe philosophically as I do. But they're in an industry that's either in high technology or oil or mining, and they have clients, and their clients are saying point blank to them precisely what I just said. They're saying that, why in the hell would we give raises to Americans, give them the benefits and the insurance and the medical and the dental, and give them the pay raises they demand when we could take exactly this same manufacturing operation, move to Thailand, and get them to work for $1 a day and not care a whit that they have medical or anything else. So if they give us any crap, we're out of here. And they are quite literally saying exactly that. If the labor unions get feisty over the next 5 years, it's just a matter of time, we're out of here. Because we don't need the American people to make our products. So what will that create? An underclass, more unemployment, more homelessness, more people on welfare, but given Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton's now bipartisanship, I think we'll see more homelessness and a whole lot less welfare. And I know some of you right-wingers are going to go, yes, that's a good thing. Oh, really? Obviously, you forgot about the French Revolution. How many more homeless people, 1/3 of which are military veterans? 1/3 of the homeless in this country are veterans. How many more people can we fill the roles of homelessness, put them in prison, escalate misdemeanors to felonies so they stay in prison longer? How long can we keep doing this to the underclass before the underclass figures it out? Because I assure you, that's why I'm doing this lecture. And that's why I really don't give a damn what anybody thinks, because I'm talking to that camera, and these tapes hopefully will end up in South Central Los Angeles, where they call me the White Ayatollah. That's why the beer. Would the government do such a thing? The government is the corporate structure. Got it? I don't know how many times I'm going to say it. Corporate, state. State, corporate. The corporations do not give a damn if the budget is balanced. They don't. They go blah, blah, blah publicly through Peterson and idiots like Ross Perot. They say a lot of nonsense that they really would like to see that budget balanced. They don't give a damn if the budget's not balanced. If you understood the banking system and who actually dominates our corporate system, most of the 200 largest corporations are run by bankers that own the corporate stock. It's the banks, Bank of America, Chase, Chemical, that own the stock in Exxon. The same board of directors and CEOs that are running Exxon are also bankers that own the company and dominate its management. That's who's running the world, okay? Our bankers. Ooh, big shock. That's a real shock, huh? Okay, given that scenario, who makes money off of the deficit? Bankers. They get interest on the national debt, remember? It's now the second largest item on the national debt. They tax us to pay the interest on the debt. The interest is the money the bankers loan the government to operate. They get interest. It's now the second largest. By the year 2000, it will be the single largest item on the budget of the United States, and you're too damn stupid to figure this out. The larger the deficit, the deeper in debt the country is, the more money the bankers make. The more money the bankers make, the more money they've got to buy stock in Exxon and Weyerhaeuser, and then they have more money to merge with other larger corporations. And as long as the cycle keeps going, they can keep churning more and more money, buying up more and more corporations globally, and all the while, you're still wringing your hands that the Federal Reserve System is for profit. And you think that's the single most important thing going on in the world. No, it's all of those things combined that's important. All of them together. Because if you pulled the plug on one, it wouldn't completely fall apart. That's why they refer to the financial global network as a web. A web. Like a spider web. Yes, it's also a Masonic term. So let's all get really scared about that, too. The reason they refer to it that is because they created it as such. So if you pluck the string of the web does not destruct. It stays intact. They're creating it that way because they're intelligent, ambitious, and they have foresight. They are. They're intelligent, ambitious, and they have foresight. They're some of the brightest men I've ever had to work with. Disgusting, but you cannot deny that they're winning and they're kicking our ass. And most of the American people haven't got a clue what's going on. They think the problem is that Bill Clinton's in the White House. Or the Christian coalition is going to get a bunch of Republicans in there, take away my rights. You ain't got no goddamn rights. You don't. You don't have any rights. You know why you don't have any rights anymore? It's because you started believing in rights. You thought it was about rights, abortion rights, gun rights. You're granting the government the power to take away the rights when you demand from the government the power to grant you the right. You either have the right or you don't. If the government is the only one that can give you the right, then you don't have the right. They've given it to you on loan. So every time you keep pushing for your rights, you're pushing in the wrong direction. You should have thrown them all out of office already. Then they would have got the hint that you were losing your rights. And then they would start having to give them back and getting themselves out of your life. But see, I don't see that's going to happen. Because I've heard the story a million times. I wanted to bring somebody to your lecture, Craig, and I talked to 16 different people. I even told them I'd pay their way, and they said, hell no. Boring. Or, God, he's so depressing. Or like one woman called Kathy, I'm not coming because he's so angry. It's true. It's true, though. It is true. I am angry. I don't know why. I don't know. You know, I had a friend who's a producer in Hollywood. No, it's not Oliver Stone. And he told me once that this idea of the boot camp and the camps that they would house illegal aliens in, and camps for first-time drug users, and open up abandoned military bases to house the homeless, that really, when you think about it, though, I mean, on the homeless question, I mean, don't you really think that that is a pretty good idea? Because they would, like, get 3 squares a day, and, you know, they'd probably have television, and, you know, they wouldn't have to sleep on the streets, and don't you think that would be a good idea? I said, 2 things. One, you want them off the street because you're worried every time you drive through Santa Monica that you might hit one of them in your Mercedes. You want them gone, away. Don't want to see them. Go away, go away. Homelessness. No, go. Second thing, since 1/3 of the homeless are veterans, many of them Vietnam veterans, how do you think they're going to feel about being housed on an abandoned military base? Oh, that's going to work good, don't you think? So, right, you think this would be a voluntary system where, oh yeah, come on in for a meal, then you can just go ahead and go out back there and be homeless on the street. You actually think they would do this? Let them come in and be not homeless for a meal and go back and be homeless? Why would they take an abandoned military base to house the homeless and not make them stay there? So yes, that's what they will do. That's why Exxon's board of directors concluded that they don't give a damn. They're going to take the jobs overseas. They're global, and they don't care if they lay off thousands of people whose only next job will be marginal at best. And with the growing illiteracy, okay, think about this, okay? Bill Clinton's got a great idea. He's such a sharp guy. He's got a great idea. He says, okay, why don't we train some of these homeless people for jobs? Right? And then we'll tell the corporate structure, this is his meeting with all the corporate structure, we'll tell the corporate structure that we'll subsidize their wages. Right? In other words, we'll give you $2 and you hire them for $3. Huh? What a deal. Every businessman sitting there going, ooh, great. I can fire all these people on $5 an hour and have to only pay them $3. Throwing more people out of work. Creating what? More homelessness? You know, causes have, consequences. Effect, cause and effect, It's not that hard to figure out. But when Bill Clinton thought of this, it wasn't original to Bill Clinton. It was original to old hack leftist professors from Berkeley and Boston that basically were dyed-in-the-wool communists and socialists, but they said, well, that's never going to happen, so why don't we propose some interim measures that are probably socially conscionable and we can get our foot in the door, and yeah, that'll work. It's the most ridiculous concept in the world. The government subsidizing wages for the corporations? Well, guess what else is on the table? They want the corporations to handle the medical. They know they're not going to ever be able to pass socialized medicine. It'll never happen. So they're going to privatize it. Who? Who? You and me? We're going to run the medical institutions in this country and supply medical to the people. No. If the corporate structure gets a hold of it, it will become the biggest profit boondoggle in history. $4 trillion. You think the corporations don't want it? Absolutely. Because if they privatize it, and this is something you'll never get a professor from the Heritage Foundation or a Republican or a right-winger to ever admit, or even a libertarian, because they can't think this way. This is just too radical to think this way. If the corporations get their hands on medical insurance, and let's throw in Social Security, give it to the corporations because they're more efficient and they handle it better. How long do you think it'll be before they make it mandatory? Mandatory. But instead of paying the government for a corrupt system, mandatory, you'd have to pay a corporate system that's for profit, mandatory, because you see it won't work unless it's mandatory. Every large insurance company beat the doors of every state to get passed initiatives for mandatory insurance because they wanted to help you. Right. Mandatory insurance to drive your car, or you're in big trouble if you get stopped. I don't know if you still are in California, but if you get stopped in Washington State and you don't have insurance on your car, they take the car. Okay? That's what the corporate structure will give you. Now, you thought tyranny was Social Security payments are so large. You see, I'm opposed to the Social Security system. It's bankrupt. It was a bad idea. It's garbage. It's junk. It's stupid. Bad idea. But what's the option now? The true option now. Privatize it. Hand it to the Ross Perot's of the world, and I guarantee you they will already have paid legislators to submit legislation to make it mandatory. So, what's the good news? Well, in 40 years or so, you'll all be dead. Look, politics isn't a game. It's not a game. That's why, some people think that, he's so serious, he's so intense, he seems like he's so angry, Politics is war. I don't know how we lost the concept of what it is. Now, it's better to fight the war in a free republic under democratic principles using a representative system to fight that war and to retain liberty and achieve, the good things of life. That would be the right way and the best way. I still believe that. But that doesn't mean it's not a war. It's a war. And these guys ain't screwing around. Already, if you're working, generally, if you're working and you have a reasonable salary of some sort, about 70% of your income goes to pay taxes. Not just income tax, but Social Security and license, registration, property tax. And that's not even getting into the fruits and the nuts here. That's not even talking about the taxes that are on things like a bottle of scotch, which really ticks me off. Okay? You know how much you pay in taxes just to have a bottle of scotch? The bottle of scotch costs like $32. Now, without the taxes, you can get it for $4. Now, it's true, we'd have more alcoholics. Well, since when was that the business of government? Anyway, the truth of the matter is, I don't think it's slowed down the alcoholics one bit. The point is, yes, it's true. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I hate cliches like the plague. It was a slow mover, wasn't it? Look, we're not going to fix this, okay? I truly do not believe that in our lifetime we will see what's wrong in America fixed in any sustainable way, because there's not enough of you. And when I said earlier in this blah 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 thing I'm doing here, when I said earlier that I'm of the tiniest minority in the world, I meant of that kind of a human being that thinks in terms of not nation states and nationalism and colors and gender and all this other garbage. I don't think that way. I think in a very strict sense about tolerance for other people's views, and also tolerance even for my enemies and the things I don't like. Okay, I don't like bankers. Okay, if there's any bankers in the room, I apologize, but I really don't like bankers at all. I pretty much despise you guys. Okay, but I'm not going to shoot you, because shooting you would be, first of all, wouldn't solve anything. Second, I haven't got a better system in mind to replace what we have today, as bad as it is. Now, I know Daniel Sheehan or some, wacko like Ross Perot, now he's going to stand up here and tell you that he's got all the answers and he can fix it. And I'm telling you right now, that's bullshit. This thing is so far gone, it cannot be fixed by any one group of people. It has to be fixed by the American people themselves. And that means the majority of the adults in this country. Now get a clue. Why is this lecture hall only got 100 people, but a Madonna concert will pull 80,000? Okay? Figure it out. They don't have a problem with the system. Even although they're overtaxed, overregulated, they have retained that liberty of hedonism. They're happy. Nihilism, booze, drugs, sex, money. Yes, they're overtaxed, they're overregulated, but not in areas that concern them by and large. And the concept of liberty, there ain't one. There is none out there. If you hold it dear, you're in such a tiny minority, you're over here with me. And it's the tiniest minority on earth. That's why there's so little liberty in the entire planet. Not just here, we're losing it. But what was this crap? Bill Clinton was saying that now there's more people living under democracies than there are under totalitarian system. What a crock. What an unbelievable lie. If you think that people are free even in England, go ask them. Not even in England do they have the liberties that we have here. They envy us. England. Ireland is free. Free from what? Free of what? So the point is, you're a very tiny, tiny minority if you believe this. If you believe in those concepts. And you're simultaneously tolerant. Because if you're intolerant of other race, colors, creeds, religions, ethnic groups, nation-state people like Mexicans, if you're intolerant of them, then you don't stand for liberty. You're a liar when you use the word. The word is a lie in your mouth. You're just a bigot or a racist, and you want liberty for your own ass. And the best way to get to what you want, you think, is to get rid of those people that you don't like. Now I have to do something right here, because I've been signaled. I have to take a break. Okay, what Frank was holding up the Blue Bear book, that didn't indicate that I'm a big wuss either, because I wrote a children's book. Because Blue Bear is a real badass bear in that book. He kicks some ass in that book, all right? But I did do all the drawings. Okay, I'm going to read you something here to further make my point earlier, so it doesn't always come from me here. Okay? This committee has observed for many years the influence of private interests over the essentially public responsibilities of the Federal Reserve System. As this study makes clear, it is difficult to imagine a more narrowly based board of directors for a public agency that has been gathered together for the 12 banks of the Federal Reserve System. Only two segments of the American society, banking and big business, have any substantial representation on the boards, and often even these become merged through interlocking directorates. The lack of diversity on the boards raises serious questions about the quality of economic intelligence and opinion which the district banks presumably feed to the Federal Reserve System and its monetary policy machinery. The study raises a substantial question about the Federal Reserve's oft-repeated claim, and you've heard this from every president and everyone like Alan Greenspan has ever been a chairman, their claim of independence. One might ask, independence from what? Surely not banking or big business. If we are to judge from the massive interlocks revealed by this analysis of the district boards, concentration of economic and financial power in the United States has gone too far. At the end of the report, the final conclusion was, much to the dismay of leftists that called me a conspiracy theorist for saying this years ago, in summary, the Federal Reserve directors are apparently representatives of a small elite group which dominates much of the economic life of this nation. Federal Reserve Directors, a study of corporate and banking influence, Committee on Banking and Currency, 1976. I have over 80 reports like this from the government saying exactly the same thing. Each year, the interlocks get greater. Each year, the power and wealth gets greater. And every year, Congress holds hearings and they file a report. There's about 200, 300 printed. They're put on dusty shelves. No one reads them. The public's unaware of them. So-called researchers and analysts of public affairs, I have a sneaky suspicion a good chunk of them wouldn't even know where to look to find them. This one in particular, and another 1976 study was called the Interlocking Board of Directors of the Major Multinational Corporations, 1976. Bryce Patman and Lee Metcalf are the two different congressional leaders that handled them. I got both of mine from Congressman Ron Paul years ago when I was still a corporate president in Houston, Texas. It's not unknown, and this is the thing that bothers me the most about all of this, is I've had people ask me and tell me, well, aren't you afraid that somebody's going to kill you for saying this? Or aren't you afraid that, they're going to do something to your home and your life? Why? It's all published. It's all in documents stacked up all over this country in every federal depository library, and there's only 100 people in this audience. What threat am I? How am I a threat? Even if I became a senator tomorrow, say I ran for the Senate in Van Nuys, and all of you were from Van Nuys, and you elected me to Congress from this district, what good could I do? Alone. Nothing. I could do nothing alone. Because like Ron Paul, when he resigned years ago, he told me in private that he frankly was sick of voting 434 to 1. It just got to the point that it was ridiculous. He was driving around in a little Chevette. Everybody else was driving in limousines. Democrats, Republicans. Tip O'Neill, the man of the people, was running $1 million suites at the Hilton, the whole party, for his little inaugural balls every time he got reelected. This was a man of the people. $1 million rent on a suite for a weekend to party. Ron Paul was driving around in a Chevette, little Chevy Chevette, parked the limo and wouldn't even put gas in it, wouldn't have anything to do with it. And finally, he got he took photographs of it, sent it around to his constituents. He was doing the honorable thing, serving the people, doing the right thing. Later, he was part of one of these similar congressional hearings. But in the end, so what? One guy from one district with a few people that actually had brains enough to elect him. When he ran for the Libertarian Party as the president, he got less than 1% of the vote. Now that was then. This is now. Now here's what really pisses me off. In this election that Bill Clinton won, only a handful of my clients and I were even talking. Besides Frank Sontag, I pretty much have no relationship with other human beings on the planet. Ducks, cats, dogs, here, there, I got that kind of thing. But not too much of the human species. And in most of the cases, the few clients I have, I was telling them that Bob Dole was going to win the election at Ross Perot got out of the election. If Ross Perot stayed in the election, and he got at least 10% of the vote in the 39 states where he got 21% of the vote, then Bill Clinton would be president by less than 50% of the popular vote. I missed, actually I didn't miss. I hit it right on the head because Bill Clinton won by 49.5% of the popular vote. Ross Perot got 10.5 in 39 states, where he got 21.5 before. So without Ross Perot, Bill Clinton wouldn't be in the White House. This is the lowest turnout since 1924. You following me here? Now on top of that, 1.5% of the popular vote went to Howard Phillips, Libertarian candidate, and Ralph Nader of the Green Party. Now, if all the so-called progressives and leftists and hardcore radicals were anything but Democrats, Nader would have gotten a whole hell of a lot more votes. If all these loudmouth patriots that are mostly libertarian, conservative, right, who believe in the philosophy of the libertarians, if they had got their asses out and voted for someone other than Ross Perot, Harry Brown would have been there. But here's the problem. This is proof that the system works. You don't have to like it. You know, I don't really have an opinion about any of the candidates I just named. It's not because it's not important. But it's proof that the system works, you understand. We've got a president now in office twice in a row who's received less than half of the popular vote. Twice. He has no mandate when he got elected. He stumbled into the White House with the help of Ross Perot, Ralph Nader, Harry Brown, and a pretty bad choice in Bob Dole by the Republicans. But in the end, this man has no mandate, and he can't do anything except what the corporate structure tells him to do. On the cover of the Clinton paper out there, there's a quote from the London Economist that I took long before Bill Clinton became president the first time, and I've left it on there because it's the only really truthful statement about Bill Clinton I found in the media other than crap from Republicans. We don't like Democrats. And that is that Bill Clinton is basically always been, always will be, in the pocket of big business. Now, why did they say that about Bill Clinton before he ever became president, when he was just a little governor in Arkansas? Because the London Economist knows how to do their research, just as I did. If you checked out who Bill Clinton actually was as a human being and an individual, you don't just turn up his Rhodes Scholarship and that he didn't inhale. That's the nonsense the media gave you. His connections go all the way back to the governor of Arkansas when he was a mere student in high school, whose name was Rockefeller. And those connections never ceased since. Hillary is his front man. So he could remain looking like a governor who only gets $30,000 a year. I'm just a poor governor from the South. I only make $30,000 a year. Right. Hillary sits on the board of Walmart. Hillary's the lawyer that maintains all of the big corporate accounts and works with the government on all of their programs. She's the one that collected all the graft, corruption, greed, and money for the family. Because nobody knew what was going on until Bill became president. Because who was interested and who was ever interested in a small-town governor in a white trash state? Nobody. Nobody would ever know. Any more than you would know anything about Jimmy Carter and his peanut racket until after he became president. All of a sudden, everybody's scratching their head going, well, I sure don't understand why Peter Pan prices just went right through the roof, man. I don't know, figure it out. It's those little details of life that it doesn't require cynicism to look in these places or being a pessimist or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It's being an adult human being with a rational enough mind. Again, Bill Gates is going to love this lecture. That you'll actually take a look at something and be a skeptic and say, well, you know, Bill Clinton's in the White House. Is he really what everybody says he is? Especially
Why are you listening to the Democrats? All the people in Hollywood that backed Bill Clinton and show up at his inaugural balls, they all backed Jerry Brown. Every one of them. All of them. Until Jerry lost. Then all of a sudden, everybody got in their jets and flew off to D.C. and loved Bill Clinton. Bullshit. They were all Jerry Brown backers, and in the end, all they did was get their face on camera. I don't know what to tell the American people about their media, because I think it's gone so far that between O.J. and the inaugural ball, which to me look a lot more like the crowning of a king and a queen, which, see, I'm not so sure that, I've had clients tell me that he believed, one client actually told me that, not a recent client, an old client, said that he actually believed, he really did believe that the American people really wanted a monarchy. That they rejected democracy and freedom and liberty and all of it. They didn't want the responsibility that comes along with it. The risks that are inherent in being free. That what they really wanted was to elect someone to office like in a constitutional monarchy. That they want the illusion of liberty and democracy, but they really want some big daddy in the White House with a crown that'll take care of all of it for them. Make all the big decisions for them. Take all the heat off, so if there's any mistakes, well, he'll fix it, so there's no problem. And you know what? I lost the argument. I couldn't produce anything on the other side. I lost every argument with every single corporate director and CEO who was a monarchist or an authoritarian, because their arguments are based on the reality of the American people themselves. I still believe I win the philosophical high ground, but I lose the argument, because I can't produce the people that will elect responsible leaders. They want a white horse and a sheriff. I read this to someone recently, and they suggested I read this to you. So maybe you would get just a little hint that maybe my attitude and the way I behave is not unusual in the history of ideas. So I'm not such a shock to your father when you take a tape home to him and say, listen to this, Dad, and he goes, more and more it seems to me that the philosopher, being of necessity a man of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, has always found himself and had to find himself in contradiction to his today. His enemy was ever the ideal of today. So far, all these extraordinary furtherers of man, whom one calls philosophers, though they themselves have rarely felt like friends of wisdom, but rather like disagreeable fools and dangerous question marks, have found their task, their hard, unwanted, inescapable task, but eventually also the greatness of their task, in being the bad conscience of their time. That's all I am. I'm not saying I'm a philosopher because I'm not quite that arrogant, but I am nothing more than a bad conscience for my country. And I try to focus pretty much on my own personal country and not criticize other countries. Who do you think that was that said that? Anybody? Friedrich Nietzsche. Boy, was he a bad conscience of his time. Still is. The point is nobody has the audacity or is crazy enough to be a dangerous question mark in this environment anymore. And if nobody has the audacity or is crazy enough to stand up and say it like it is, unvarnished, to the point, then who's going to do it? Is a corporate CEO going to do it? No, he will lose his job. Is a congressman going to do it? No, because the corporate CEO is the one who funded his campaign. Is the judge going to do it? Hell no. Because he's the one that has to decide to prosecute the corporate CEO or the congressman if they end up in his courtroom. Conflict of interest is the rule of the game. And I've had people tell me, I wouldn't mind getting a piece of that. A little of that conflict of interest. I wouldn't mind getting a little of that graft. That talk show host tell me that. Mike Siegel in Seattle. I wish somebody would offer me $100,000. just to do a program. You know, twist the truth a little bit, do something, pay me to do it. I'll take the money. And it happens all the time. If we're like that, how can we expect our leaders to be different? And see, this is the dirty trick of what I do. Is I get up here and I hammer on Bill Clinton and George Bush and the corporate elite and the Federal Reserve and Exxon Weyerhaeuser, named George Weyerhaeuser, who was a client of mine for 11 years out of Houston, member of the Trilateral Commission. But see, that fact right there will get the conspiracy theorists going right there, because therefore I am connected to a Trilateral Commissioner in my past, so therefore I must be a Trilateral Commissioner now, so I'm propagandizing. Do I sound like I'm propagandizing for Weyerhaeuser? You know, get a clue. Well, you criticize the militia. Well, there's a lot to criticize there, okay? You know, there's a whole lot to criticize there. The truth of the matter is, you can't survive in America and tell the truth. And Frank's right, I'm not. I'm not really surviving. I can't give those damn white papers away. Because you won't buy them and you won't read them. Either too lazy, you're too dumb, too cheap, 6-pack of beer is more important, whatever the reason, it doesn't make any difference. And in the end, I don't really give a damn if you buy them or not. I'm going to go home and I don't give a damn about it in the end. I can't. But if you expect to ever see me again, that's the only way I can do it, because I have to live in the free market, because it still exists for people like me. If I don't sell the white papers, I don't do this. I'm not stupid, and I'm not a martyr. But that's about my limit of a sales pitch. Not too good, is it? Okay, so I wouldn't hire me for that. I have to address something completely off the subject that I've been talking about here for a minute. I spend most of my time reading philosophy, and I have a small handful of friends and stuff that I discuss ideas with more than politics with. And one of those individuals conducted a meeting with about 30 people. And there was some pretty high-powered people in the room. Oliver Stone was there. He actually helped organize it. Colonel Fletcher Prouty was there. And a lot of other people, I don't even name them all. And they beat it around for about 3 days in a weekend retreat about the state of affairs. This was post-JFK, but pre-Larry Flynn. Somewhat of a change there. But anyways, their conclusion from this fairly intelligent group of people was that the only chance America has is with a benign or benevolent despot. That's a pretty disgusting thing for a quality group of people to come up with. But you see, it requires a despot to take back the country from the men who are governing the country right now, because the American people won't risk anything to take back the country. How they came to that conclusion is in the end, the American people will not risk even a true insurrection or a revolt, which are two different things. They would not risk it because they would be risking their Mercedes and their house. And see, they already got that stuff. People revolt when they don't have that stuff. When they don't have the right to vote, they'll revolt to get the right to vote. You see, we have the right to vote. Because we have the right to vote, we do not really have the right to revolt. We don't have the right in our heart to do it. And that's what's going to govern it. See, in the end, when you start hearing explosions and rifles, you're not going to revolt. In the end, you're going to look around you and see what you've got and say, is it worth the risk to what I've got? And the truth is, with the homelessness and the unemployment and the marginalized people in this country, and there's about 30 million people that are living in squalor in this country, not counting the homeless, just living in squalor. They're living in third world lifestyles. They're living in pits and sewers. There's 30 million of them in this country. But see, the poor and the enslaved, the victims, almost never revolt. They just don't have it in them. They look to the policeman on the street just to keep them alive. The people that have to revolt are the people that have a desire for liberty. And in America, the only desire is for goods. Consumer goods. Stuff. Now, if all of a sudden they took away everyone's car, no one would have the right to own a car. Now, see, I think you'd see a pissed off bunch of people then. You'd see them lining up at the gun store, and they'd be talking that militia talk then. You take away their car. But as long as they got them big old Subarus and them I don't even know the names of them, I'm sorry, I just lost that one. I don't even know the names of the cars. Because I drive an old 76 Blazer, and I haven't got any idea what these cars are called. I just know they go really, really fast on the freeway. So, if that tendency isn't there to struggle on behalf of other people, or struggle on behalf for the right reason, ideological reasons, which was why our country struggled. Because our country was affluent at the time of the Revolution. The people were affluent in this country by world standards. Even though we were still a colony of England, we were an affluent people. And that isn't why we rebelled. We truly rebelled, and was one of the first instances in history where it was actually rational, again, Bill, and it was directed, because it was in fact ideological. Now, it wasn't perfect. And the reason it's not perfect now, or more perfect, or couldn't be better, is because of us. It isn't because of the Constitution, and it sure as hell isn't because of the Founding Fathers, like the leftists will tell you. Like Jefferson, man. I think he had sex with a slave, man. So, when did we get to be bigots? So Jefferson had sex with a slave. Wait a minute. If it wasn't rape, why do we have a problem with that if it's even true? Let's assume that it's true. If it wasn't rape, so what's the big damn deal? Maybe he liked her. But all of a sudden, this is a horrid thing on the left. Why? I call it leftist racism. Liberal racism. They're racist too. They package all of their beliefs in equality and rights based around an ideology first. Then out comes the consequences of it, and it's usually bullshit. The left are the worst cynics in our nation. They're the most cynical people I have ever had to face and deal with, are the ones that call themselves progressives. They're bigots, they're hateful, they're ideological, they isolate speakers and authors based on not just political correctness, that just became a terminology to describe what had always been on the left. The left believes they're the vanguard of whatever. Vanguard of the proletariat, vanguard of the workers. I'm for the workers. You ain't for shit. You're an academic who's never had a job in your life. You've never had a job. How can you be for the workers? You're not correct. Bye. They're also the ones that, if they don't like what they've heard, this is precisely what they'll do. They will call all their friends and create a smear campaign to see that you're never allowed to speak anywhere in the United States on a university campus. Do they have that much clout? Without question they do. I have been banned on all campuses except maybe 3 in the entire nation. And it started in Berkeley. Now, do I sound like a fascist or a right-winger? No, but they say that's what I am. Why? Where did I come from? Military, intelligence, corporate. The 3 big enemies of the leftists. If you ever had anything to do with them, it doesn't matter what you did when you were there. For instance, when I was in the military, and in Vietnam, I protested the war in Vietnam. In Vietnam. While in Vietnam. So does that make me a right-winger or a left-winger? It doesn't make me either one. Those are concepts that are full of nothing. Those are absolutely vacant, vacuous concepts. They're ridiculous to even discuss. Because is David Rockefeller a Republican or a Democrat? Neither one. He's a businessman. He doesn't give a damn about that stuff. Never will, never did. The fact that they will back a Republican campaign, or Nelson became governor as a Republican, they could have flipped it around and done it as a Democrat in a heartbeat, and it wouldn't make any difference to them. There's a set of circumstances that put them in one place or the other, because they finance all sides. If the Libertarians ever get strong, or Ross Perot ever gets strong, how will Ross Perot treat corporate contributions to his campaign? Why is Ross Perot against the existing system of financing campaigns? Why does Ross Perot think it's horrible the way campaign finance is today in this country? He thinks it's horrible. The special interests pour billions of dollars into the campaign. Why is he opposed to that, want that reform? Because he has $3.5 billion to finance his own campaign, would blow everybody else out of the water. Duh. Figure it out. You think this wasn't pure, unadulterated, apparent, visible, right out there, explicit in your face, greed and self-interest against campaign finance and wants reform? And nobody can figure this out? All he does is brag he's got $3.3 billion in the bank. Well, what would he do with that if they outlawed all campaign contributions? He'd be president. Like that. Oh, Ross isn't like that. He's a good man. Right. You've met him? Have you met him? That's the question. I ask you, have you met him? You like Ross Perot? Have you met him? I got his name in my phone book, and I've had it there since 1973, when I had a corporation in Houston and Dallas. You think this guy is a sweetheart and loves his country? You're a fool. You're just a fool. He's as authoritarian as anybody on the planet. And I don't know why anybody over there that likes him can't see it. You know, if I want to be really childish, I will even tell you that he has that little man problem. You know what I'm talking about. The little Mussolini, Hitler thing, little guy. Okay, so what's the answer, right? What's the big solution here? Here's a question I will pose to you. If you can answer this question coherently and come up with a solution to it, all of these problems could be solved tomorrow. You can answer this one question and offer a solution to it. Why can't any of you in the room get more than a handful of friends to even listen to you about the things you believe in politically? How come you can't get them to come to a lecture like this? If you can answer that question, then come up with a solution as to how you could get, say, 30 people, your friends, without bribing them to come. Well, I know one guy in Seattle did that. He got 16 people to come to a lecture in Seattle. I said, how did you do it? He said, I bought all the tickets. I drove half of them here. They never returned. They never returned again. So I asked him later, I said, well, where are all those people that used to bring the lectures? He said, well, about half of them joined militias. All I managed to do is, help scare the hell out of them, make them think they got to buy a gun. And, that's true. I have contributed to that. I have to admit it. Eric Hoffer, in a book, The True Believer, he did kind of blame, to a degree, not blame, but he explained that so-called intellectuals that go public with information that's not well known to the masses, as it were, you run the risk of informing them of things that they're not capable of coherently understanding, so they have a tendency to form mass movements in response to them and go nuts, basically, because they can't really get their mind around what it is you've said. They just hear what they want to hear, like Frank has told me many times of a few of the listeners. And many times you hear exactly what you want to hear. You haven't heard exactly what I've said. When I read what I've read, you didn't hear what I read. You heard what you wanted to hear, and you've interpreted it very often to fit into your already existing belief system. It's called making the facts fit your hypothesis. And it's an intellectual corruption. But by and large, that's what most people do. I mean, it's just a fact of life. So, not only do I not have a solution, I'm going to make a recommendation. I think things are going to get a whole lot worse in the next 5 years before they get better. And I mean a whole lot worse like you can't even imagine. The bombing in Atlanta the abortion clinic. I'm going to show you how bright Hillary Clinton is. When the abortion clinic was bombed in Atlanta and then the second bomb went off and killed a bunch of people, Hillary Clinton got together with Reno and they sent down a memorandum to the ATF and the Justice, through the Justice Department. The ATF got it, the FBI got it. And the memorandum demanded that they put under surveillance everyone who has ever spoken out against abortion. Okay? The ATF's entire contingent of personnel is 1,800 people nationwide. Right. And they're supposed to put under surveillance everybody that's opposed to abortion. Oh, first of all, not only is that stupid, here's how ridiculous. And of course there were press conferences and women's groups were squealing and hollering and screaming that this violence against abortion clinics was horrible and had to stop. That bombing in Atlanta had nothing to do with an abortion clinic. It was the first true official act of orchestrated, well thought out terrorism in the United States by domestic people. It was organized, it was well thought out. They used the profile of the IRA. You blow a building where you think you can sucker all the cops and the media, you blow the first building, abortion clinic, perfect. The media's a stat for this. Blow up an abortion clinic, they got all the cops and the media there, the second bomb goes off on film, killing people. That's the oldest IRA tactic in the book. This is the first incident that they've actually used it. A, quote, domestic paramilitary group. Is it the same group that did the Atlanta bombing? I don't know. Maybe, very likely, possibly. But why did Hillary do that? Why did the press follow her lead? Why did we have to live with this billowing of stories about abortion clinics again? That's my point. That's the kind of tribalism that we're having to live with. Hillary's no different than anybody else. She's got her one or two issues. When something comes up, she jumps on it to make headlines, to get her cause moving. Nobody had the courage to say what I just said publicly. Nobody. Why? I tried. Nobody would interview me. It was too late to try Frank. Frank would have. That's it. Frank. That's it. Sorry, Frank. Why wouldn't anybody do it? And nobody in law enforcement, not anybody in law enforcement I know, had any belief that it was an abortion clinic bomb. They knew exactly what it was when it happened. When it happened, they knew what it was. But see, we can't talk about that. Because the insurrection that's coming, and it's coming, it's nuts, it's out of control, wrong-headed, they don't know what's wrong, they don't even know who they're bombing or why, they don't even know who the enemy is. They just think they do. That isn't going to stop us because their perception is their reality. And it's going to get worse. Now, let me explain something very clearly here. How many of you are over 18 years old, an able-bodied male, and you've registered for the draft, selective service? Well, all of you have, unless you've broken the law, correct? I mean, there's big posters, you know, a man's got to do what a man's got to do in the post office. Well, you're the militia. You see, the government knows who every single person is that's supposed to be in the militia. The unorganized militia is everybody that's 18 years old to 45 that's registered with the selective service. Now, given that a fact, now I'm also in a certain segment of the militia because I'm over 45 and under 64, and I have past military experience. So I fit into a little category of one of these old duffers like during World War II that stands out on the coast looking for Japanese subs. I'm over there with the old guys now. But I'm not really part of the militia because I'm too old. I'm over 45. So I'm not in the militia, the unorganized militia. So all these young guys between 17 and 45, they registered with selective service. Now, if I form a paramilitary group, if I get 3 or 4 of you guys together, and we form a paramilitary group, or like some of the guys in the militia do, they get 3 or 4 guys together, 2 girls, 1 old lady, and a little kid. Okay? Under 17, over 45, women, you know, make a list of everything that's not in the militia. They get them all together and they say, okay, no, we're a militia. Then they go, by the way, okay, there's 10 of you, okay. How many of you would like to make me Brigadier General Bob? And they go, Democratically, they vote and they go, yeah, you be Brigadier General, Bob. He goes, thank you. He's Brigadier General Bob. And you know, Westmoreland doesn't think too much of this process. Okay? General Keegan, I don't know. He goes, you know, I don't know, I paid a lot of dues to get, you know, these four. You know? And you got it by a democratic process. Anyways, now you've got your little paramilitary group, and you're together, and they've made you Brigadier General Bob. What you are is those members of your paramilitary group that are 18 to 45 and registered with the Selective Service, they're in the unorganized militia. The rest of you are not. The rest of you are in the paramilitary group. And some of the members of your paramilitary group that are not part of the militia are part of the militia. But it doesn't make your group the militia, it makes it a paramilitary group. Now what, is that too hard to follow? It is for guys in the militia. They have a real problem following that. Well, I don't get it. You know, John Trotkin's argument? I looked at him and I said, John, how old are you? Oh, this is 53. Right, okay, let's go ahead and go with it. Okay. Guy's got me 97, but let's go with 53, okay? I said, you're too old to be in the militia. He goes like this, I volunteered. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Who asked for volunteers here, John? Nobody asked for volunteers. No, John volunteers himself to run the entire nation's militia, all by himself. He just volunteers his services to be the CNC. That's what I said later. You know, I'm radio system going, okay, then why don't we just cut to the chase, okay? If you're Brigadier General Bob, and you're Colonel Mary, and you're Lucy here, she's a colonel, and you're a sergeant, and you're a radio man. I like that one, right? A radio man, Fred. Okay, and you guys are all in the mission. Said that's it. I'm a CNC. That's it. So I'm telling you guys to stand down. CNC, Commander-in-Chief. Look, if they could do it that way, why can't I? If I want to be president then, I'll just say, I'm the president, there it is. So now I'm the president, you guys can't be in the militia. Disband. There. I've solved the world's problem. You see how illogical this is? But here's the real problem. And this is not a militia endorsement, so don't edit the tape. Like John Trotkin does my tapes. Edits them so it sounds like I endorse the militia. Nice guy. Thief. Liar. That's it. The reason the militia movement is not going to be addressed for what it actually is because there is a reason why these predominantly white, middle-aged males are pissed off. There's a reason. They've lost jobs. They've lost entire industries. They'll never work again in their chosen industry. Robert Reich is wrong. Give every one of them $3,000. They're not going to pop up on the internet selling products and services. Some of these guys, no offense, and I don't have a problem with people that are stupid, some of them are as dumb as a box of rocks. If they're not loggers, they'll never make $16 an hour again. So here they are, working marginal jobs, trying to support a family when they were making 16 or 20 bucks an hour. They're making $4 an hour at Burger King, and they're going to lose their home. Their kids will never go to college. They have no future. Worse, they have to look their wife and children in the face, and they have no future in this society. And it's true. They don't. No, it's wrong that they form paramilitary groups, and some of them are actually willing to blow up federal buildings and blow up an abortion clinic to kill federal agents because they perceive that to be the enemy. But you cannot deny that they now have the same grievances as the inner city minority. And 15 years ago, there's a few of you that have known my work this long, you know this is true. 15 years ago, I gave lectures and I said, boot camps, drug war, I said all the things I'm saying now. And I outlined it and I said, the first people that are going to feel it are the poor, the minorities, ethnic groups, aliens, illegal aliens, whatever the hell that word is supposed to mean. Does that include the aliens, by the way, that are coming from Mars? Are they illegal or legal aliens? It's going to hit them first, because the corporate structure, as I lived through it, blacks, Hispanics are the last to be hired and the first to be fired. That's the country. That is our country. On the second level, you can add Hispanics and Asians and make a list, okay? If you're not white, Caucasian, yuppie, blonde, and blue, you got a world of shit to deal through, okay? That's just the reality. You don't have to like it, it's true. But eventually, and I said this 15 years ago, the same thing that is happening in the inner cities and in the rural south and the rural plains, the rural parts of our country, is going to trickle up to the lower middle class whites. Now, the one thing the lower middle class white male believes in more than wife, God, and country is the right to keep and bear arms. Okay? Then that's just true. We got to admit it, all right? These guys buy a lot of guns long before there was a reason thought to do so. So we got now the same disenfranchised whites arming themselves and forming groups to blow up buildings. Well, how long do you think before large groups of blacks and Hispanics and Asians are going to go, well, look, if you think I'm going to allow all of these white gangs to form up all over the country around where I live without me protecting my own, then we're going to have black militias, and I don't mean black militias cooperating with white militias, I mean black militias forming to protect themselves against white militias. And you're going to have the same thing with Asian Americans, you're going to have the same thing on Indian reservations, and this is a repeat of history. This is not new. Because you see, the grievances are not the same. Mexican people are not going to have a whole lot in common with Southern California militias that want to close off the borders or shoot them. But they're not leaving. They're not leaving. So they're going to dig in and fight back. This is precisely what happened, and they called them militias in Weimar Germany between 1919 and 1933. They called themselves militias. Gypsy militias, white militias, liberal militias, communist militias. Make a list. Same thing happened in Italy. We're repeating it. And we're repeating it because we don't read history. That's the proof of that axiom. That if you don't read history, you're doomed to repeat it. We're repeating it because this is the truth of America. We don't read history. We don't know what we're doing. We're just pissed off and angry, so we're going to form tribes, basically. And eventually, a Hispanic tribe is going to kill a white militia member, and it's going to become what it actually is. Right now, there's an illusion that there's actually a militia movement out there of paramilitary white guys that have a specific grievance against the government about the New World Order or communist Chinese coming in through Long Beach or Mexicans coming over the border are going to take over all of America, or, you know, God knows the ridiculous shit they believe is utterly, utterly untrue. But blacks, Hispanics, Asians, they have their beliefs too. And everybody's going to start defending themselves. Now here's the sad part. I am once again going to tell you that I am in the smallest minority on earth, because I will not take sides in this. I believe in the right to keep and bear arms. That's why no militia guys ever bother me. Even though they get really, really mad at me and they say a lot of really ugly, ugly things, and they call up and say they're going to bomb my house. They're not going to bomb my house. They're not going to bomb my house. Because I believe in the right to keep and bear arms, and I'll shoot back. They're going to bomb some poor family's house. They're going to bomb a building with innocent employees in it. They're going to shoot people at the border that are disarmed civilian aliens coming across the border from Mexico. They're not going to mess with somebody that's going to shoot back. Anybody that would join these kinds of tribes for the kinds of reasons that they do are cowards. They're cowards. They're neither patriots, nor are they Clint Eastwood. These are not standalone guys. These are guys that have to form armies behind them to protect themselves. So obviously, without question, I'm not going to take sides in this, because I know that there are some legitimate grievances misunderstood. Now, if anybody in this room could figure out how you could get, now listen to how ridiculous this sounds. Listen to how ridiculous that sounds. That's why that quote, that's why I read that quote. in that quote, disagreeable fool. That's what I sound like right now, what I'm about to say. A disagreeable fool. Listen to what I'm about to say. If those of you in this room that have legitimate grievances, no jobs, no future, disenfranchised, you've lost homes, you've been fired, you can't get a job in your industry's gone overseas, there are no industries where you live, and there are no jobs. There are no job creation in this market. Chris is lying when he says it. You don't know that there's something wrong with your brain. They're not creating any jobs in this marketplace. With what I just said, that includes black, white, green, and pink. And I'll make sure I say red this time so I don't get an Indian upset way in the back of the room. It's affected everybody. Now, if everybody's got the same grievance, and everybody's suffering under the same oppression, why can't blacks and Hispanics and whites get together and solve the problem? Because like I said, there's 30 million of them in this country. You could turn this country around with 15 million voters. Turn it on its head with 15 million voters. Why won't the inner city blacks, why won't the Hispanics, why won't the Asian Americans, everybody that's got a legitimate grievance, like I just described, why won't they ever talk to each other? Because they all have the same grievance. Why? They already hate each other. They already hate each other. They're not going to get together if they already hate each other. And you're not going to overcome that, because when people feel that way about whatever, they see each other as the enemy. So what I'm saying is, I don't believe there's this coming race war, like the crackpots believe, the white Aryan resistance believes, or some of the more militant blacks I've heard speak. I don't believe there's a race war coming. I think chaos is coming. Absolute, utter, ridiculous, out of control, nihilistic, stupid chaos. People killing for no good reason and not even knowing really why. They just think they do. And they think they're killing enemies that aren't even enemies. They don't even know who their enemy is. They're not intelligent enough to figure out who their enemy is, and they're not going to stop to try to figure it out now. They've already decided. If I thought that wasn't true, I wouldn't stand up here and say it. But I've been doing this for too many years, publicly. I can see it. I can smell it in the air. The anger, the hatred, on the freeway. It's getting bizarre. See, I have the luxury of leaving. You know, I've lived in Los Angeles, Orange County, Texas, Montana, Washington State, Maryland, Kentucky. I'll make a list. I've lived all over the country. I live where I live now because I can't stand watching what's happening to my country. I can't stomach it anymore. The fact of the matter is, so I sound like a wuss, it breaks my heart to see what we're doing to ourselves as people. We're self-destructing. I can't watch it anymore. So when I leave here, I'll go back way up into the middle of nowhere in the rainforest, and which is in fact on an Indian reservation. And I'm going to sit there for about 10, 12 months if I ever come back here again. And by doing so, you see, I can see the progression that you can't see. Because it's progressing, and you see it every day. You're desensitized to it. I come back a year from now, I can see the escalation of hate just in the way people act towards each other, driving patterns, the way people treat the homeless, just in the last 4 years. It used to be at least benign neglect. Now it's they're shoving them out of the way and saying, get out of my face. They want them locked up. Drug users. There's a segment of this population that wouldn't have a problem if every single person that has ever smoked a marijuana joint was locked up for life. And I'm not in favor of drug use. I'm not in favor of anything nor against anything. I'm just telling you it's a fact. Where's this hate coming from? It's called frustration because everybody's feeling it. Even all of you are feeling it. That's primarily why some of you are here tonight. is you're frustrated, you're angry, and some of you are just goddamn scared. You ought to be. You ought to be. These people are serious on all sides of it. You haven't seen it get serious yet. But the reason I'm telling you this is because there's nothing in its way to stop it. There's nothing to turn it. If there was something out there like a whole class of talk show hosts like Frank Sontag, you have no idea how goddamn lucky you are that you've got Sontag in this community. And that's no puff piece, because Frank knows me well enough to know I don't do that. I don't do flattery shit. That's an insult. And secondly, I don't give a shit if he never interviews me again. You think this is fun? But the fact of the matter is, there are no more talk show hosts out there in this country like Frank. There may be 3 in the nation. And I know all 3 of them. And they'll interview me if I ever need them to. 3. That's a sudden impact, isn't it? It's not going to work. I can't stop the motion of this because the people don't want it. The talk show hosts are programming around hate. I know you don't know that. Some of you do, but I know most of you have no idea that anybody would be this disgustingly, cynically, materialistic, and money-grubbing to actually hand around a memo at a network radio station conglomerate and be repeated by all the other networks that take the callers that are the loudest, ugliest, hateful ones, put them on the air. The ones that are calling with intelligent questions, don't put them on. They want the hate. It's good programming. It's about programming. They want people yelling at each other and hating each other and saying foul things. Trash talk, they call it, and hate talk. But see, that used to be appalling. It's horrible. Now the public loves it. The hell is the whole radio doing? What are the television talk shows doing except promoting racism and hate? If you can't see the progression, it's because you're too close to it. Nietzsche recommended that you get to higher ground, and he didn't mean climb a mountain. So you can look down on it and get a perspective of what's going on. You're too close to it. If you're constantly listening to it yourself, you're not hearing what I'm hearing. I recommend never listen to talk radio for about 6 months, except Frank's show, and then tune in on Bob Heckler and Rush Limbaugh. Give it a 6-month time and don't listen to anything else, and you'll hear it. You'll see what I'm saying. And it's going to escalate because there's nothing in the way. 3 of my clients, my personal clients, and these are not big corporate clients, okay? I'm not being paid by Exxon anymore, all right? Or I wouldn't be standing up here doing this. But I have 20 clients, and of them, 3 of them are homosexuals. Ooh. One is actually even a lesbian. Now, why would 2 homosexuals and a lesbian be part of my very small group of clients? Well, homosexuals and lesbians aren't always about just homosexual rights. The young lady that's a lesbian is in the National Guard. And she is probably the most philosophically grounded in the original concepts of liberty of anybody I've ever met. But she can't get her partner to come to one of my lectures. No chance in hell. That's what I was saying earlier. This is the smallest minority in the world, to be tolerant and hold to those liberal values, original liberal values of Jefferson, Franklin, but even before that, the philosophers before that, before there ever was an America. We've always been the tiniest minority on earth. America was an accident. You probably don't believe that, right? America was an accident. Let me explain. The people that came to this country, by and large, were fleeing tyranny. Many of them were not just fleeing tyranny, they were fleeing criminal behavior in their own past. They had already violated tax laws. Many of them had committed rape, murder, burglary, plunder, make a list. And they fled. In the old world, when a country like England wanted to get rid of its criminals, they put them on islands. That's what Australia was. was a penal colony of England. Well, America became a kind of voluntary penal colony of some of the worst people on earth and some of the best people on earth. That's why Leonard Cohen says America is both of the best and the worst. The best and the worst. And it's true, because simultaneously, some of the most brilliant minds the world has ever seen also happen to accidentally end up here. Now, the only reason England couldn't kick our ass is because of the time it happened. They couldn't get enough ships across the sea to kick our butt. We could never have defeated England if England had been right there on the continent with us. We could never have kicked England's butt. And Washington knew that. They knew they needed Lafayette to barricade. Wait a minute. Well, I have to wait. Is that what that was?
No, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
The point is, look, when I say it's an accident, I don't mean it's an accident like it either shouldn't have happened or it's an accident like this isn't a good thing that it happened. It's irrelevant to me whether it's happened or not, because I don't think in terms of myself being, quote, an American. I don't like too much of what America does today. Just call myself, quote, an American. I would call myself a guy. Yeah, just like, I live here, right? And I like it. But, this could have been, like I read to you earlier, this could have been the greatest country in the world, and still could. We're throwing it away. You have to ask yourself, why are we throwing away a short 200-year experiment that actually would have worked? There's no question it would have worked. And why are we throwing it away? I know why. We are also an extremely arrogant and lazy people. We are lazy and extremely arrogant. We think we know everything when we're 11. By the time we're 30, we still think we know everything. We haven't even read a nonfiction book in the last 10 years. But we know everything. The American people are the hardest people in the world to communicate ideas to, because you can't get through the brain lock of arrogance. And arrogance is bred of ignorance. All ignorant people are arrogant. It comes with the territory. The more ignorant they are, the more arrogant they are. The really stupid people are the most puffed up people in the world. That's their compensation. That's why they do it. That's why they're that way. But I'm tired of hearing that the American people are asleep, they have their heads in the sand, they're apathetic. That's all bullshit. These people scramble around on a weekend in their little red cars picking up cappuccinos and buying, what do they call now, power shopping? We are not apathetic in that sense at all. And we are not lazy when it comes to our own greed and self-interest. All of those things contributing more and more to their arrogance. But when it comes to things political, serious, like this, they're too damn lazy to do what it takes. And this is not just my opinion. Simone Weil once said that the reason liberty won't survive in countries like America is it's just too much work. Too much work. Now I have to let them change their take. Ready?
All yours.
The one thing I do not attempt to do is offer solutions to this, because A, as H.L. Mencken said, I do pathology, I don't do therapy. My job is to be a disagreeable fool and a dangerous question mark. That's my job. I don't have time to discuss solutions with tiny, tiny numbers of people that likely will never show up again in another one of my lectures. What's the point? I'd just be up here being an arrogant ass myself, pretending that I had answers that I truly don't have. Here's how you solve the problems in the country, okay? Any country, any problems. In fact, theoretically, any problem, period. Legal, economic, business, accounting. You identify the problem properly. You reverse it. The solution is in the problem. It's like I was at a friend's house once. It was like 4 or 5 of us, and we were pretending we were philosophizing. You know, had a little too much wine, so I came up with a question for the group. I said, okay, and this was a group, by the way, that really didn't believe too much in concepts like God. Okay, and I suggested, okay, what do you think? Here's the question: what do you think God would say if you could just hear him just one time speak? If you were to look down on America, what would he say? You could say the earth, but I'd stay with America so people from foreign countries don't get pissed off at me for criticizing their countries where I don't live. So if you look down on America, what do you think God would say? Well, this one friend, he's a computer software designer, and he's from Belgium, and he speaks 7 languages, and he's quite brilliant. And of course, his answer to my question, what God would say, was, well, I think what God would say is that what you need to do is become more fully informed, read more books, do your research properly. And I said, wait a second, you actually think that's what God would say? Okay, well, what do you think God would say? I said, okay, here's what I think God would say. If God could speak to the American people, he would say, stop it! Just stop it, will you? What's wrong with you people? Like, oy, come on, stop it. What else is there to say? We already know what the problems are. I don't believe that the American people, as ignorant as they are, they have managed to still sustain. That's why I read that quote. How did we manage to build these brilliant liberal institutions, a liberal economic regime of free trade originally, and allow it to turn into a monopoly, corrupt, corporate fascist state? How do we allow this? Well, besides the things that I've already said, it seems pretty why. Liberty, the concept of liberty, isn't 6,000 years old. It isn't. It's barely 300 years old. Plato's ideas didn't create liberty. His ideas created what he called a republic, but it was a tyranny of philosopher kings. Nor did Aristotle. He absolutely believed in slavery. You don't even find the concept of liberty until you get around the 1600s, and they were mostly scientists, and the reason they wanted liberty is so they could do science, because the church was in the way. The actual concept of pure liberty, the way this country was founded, is only 300 years old. 300 years old. Almost nobody else in the world even understands the concept that this country was founded on. And the American people don't believe in those concepts. I don't care what you think, they don't. They don't read, they don't vote. So how can I stand up here and tell you I have a solution? The solution is that they stop behaving that way. Become informed. Vote. Be vigilant. All that crackle of Ben Franklin was telling us about. I don't see it. I just don't see it. How would I ever tell you there's a solution when the #1 show and some kind of an award winner is Oprah? And 60 million people subscribe to the Inquirer. The largest circulation newspaper in America is the Inquirer. Okay, now I can see, stumbling through a stand at the, checkout stand at Safeway, you've had too much to drink, it's 3 in the morning, and you go, oh man, look at that great big, got 300-pound baby, man. You're so screwed up, you take it home, look at it. I could say, okay, fine, maybe that happens. Why would you subscribe to this thing and get it in the mail every time? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's insane. I see some fairly intelligent people subscribing to it. Some corporate businessmen. I don't know why. But here's another one, okay? How am I supposed to offer solutions when some of the talk shows around the country that have huge audiences, like, for instance, Art Bell. Let's talk about this guy for a minute here. Art Bell comes on the radio at midnight. I'm sitting up here trying to explain, and I used to do much more very boring, detailed lectures. Some of the tapes are out there. Like about FTS 2000, the banking system. I spent spent 3 hours in one lecture defining banking from its historical roots to the cashless system in all of its detail. Boring, boring, boring. Okay? And I had to stop doing it. I mean, he was driving people out of the room. Now, that's what I'm doing, right? Then I send out press releases, and I try to get on the radio, and I used to, want to talk about things like the New World Order, or the global regime, or FTS 2000, or the drug war, or the constitutional questions. Yeah, I talk about the Constitution, right. I can compete with Art Bell. He puts on a woman that has sex with reptilian aliens. This is the conclusive proof that there are aliens, by the way. It's irrefutable evidence. We have a lady here who's had sex with. Okay, why didn't somebody call in and go, okay, fine, let's take it for granted. This is what I always do when I do research. Let's take it for granted that's true. You had sex with the aliens. Let's start there, okay? Why? Just seems like a logical question. The newest one, okay? This is brilliant. Okay, this guy's making a comeback. About 4 years ago, someone who I know I have much of a relationship with sent me a tape to try to convince me. I get a lot of it. People, they want to send me a little money, buy a white paper. All of a sudden, they think that gives them the absolute privilege to send me 42 pounds of junk in the mail about their goddamn alien stories, right? Anyway, this guy sends me this tape, and he asked me to take a look at it. So, he was kind of like a friend. So I said, okay, I'll look at it. And this guy standing up in an empty room, turns out, at NAFTA. He went to NAFTA somewhere around in Houston, somewhere, and he got this empty room with some emblems in the back. So it looked like he was giving a lecture to these scientists about a face that was on Mars. And this little poker, and he had this photograph of this face on Mars. There was no face, okay? It was like these little rocky configurations, he had lines drawn to prove that there was a face on Mars. Okay, well, this guy's made a comeback now. He's on Art Bell. He's got great theories now. He's got there because there's a comet coming, and I'm not sure if this is the right guy now because there are too many of them. But there's like a comet is coming towards planet Earth. But right behind the comet, there's an alien spacecraft actually guiding the comet. Okay, well, why does he know that? Because he has a photograph of it. And Art Bell says, "Will you fax me the photograph?" So the guy faxes in the photograph. Art looks at it and he says, it's really blurry. I really can't even see it or anything. He says, "Well, I'll send you a hard copy maybe next time." Never arrives. Why do they believe there's aliens coming? Why do they believe there's aliens here? I have a theory. The ones that believe in aliens, they're the aliens. That's why they're alienated. Get it? Alienated. Get it? Get it? How the hell am I going to compete with this? And I'm serious. These people actually believe it. They really do believe it. If you try to argue with them or discuss it with them, rationally, you can't. It's religion. They're arming, some of them are arming themselves, preparing for these aliens. Because, they have theories about how you can kill these aliens, too, when they come. Then there's theories that there's good aliens and bad aliens. There's Zeta Reticular Gray aliens, and they might be the good aliens. And there's Area 51. You know about that, right? It's bullshit. It's utter bullshit. Complete, total nonsense. Why did Bill Cooper all of a sudden stop saying that you could go out to Area 51 in the desert and you could actually be out there, you could watch the alien spacecraft take off like this and then like that. Did you actually people going out there in campers, camping out with binoculars to see the alien spacecraft take off at night? Well, then Arnold Schwarzenegger did a movie flying one of those jets that take off vertical. And all of a sudden, the story was out. They're just high-tech development, aircraft carriers. That's all. They're called the Harriers. Now, once that was out, and I said it publicly, Bo Bright even chimed in and said, this is nonsense. He's been selling this nonsense all these years, and he had evidence of the alien spacecraft, and now it's out because it's on television. Now, all of a sudden, Bill never talks about it no more. Now Bill's in the militia, and he's talking about Mexicans and communists. He's changed his whole format. Okay, excuse me. Now, why would anybody continue following someone who is so egregiously erred in his theories? Okay? I mean, and one of the tests of whether or not you follow someone's work is when you read it, does it check out? Well, please, like Nietzsche said, read all of my work. Find the fundamental factual error. Prove it. Prove it. It's what I do for a living. So if you can prove it, I'll change the white paper. If you can prove anything I've said here tonight is factually inaccurate, or my analysis doesn't hold up based on facts, do it. I've never gotten so much as one letter in the mail, one effort by anyone to disprove anything I've said. What they do is they go home and they call me a communist or a fascist. They tell their friends don't listen to him because he's paid by the CIA and his real name is Hulevich. And he's really a Jew. You know, but you know, this isn't just a problem of crackpots on the right, okay? That whole idea of aliens and stuff, there's a whole bunch of leftists over there, and New Agers, and John Birchers, and it's all mixed up and muddled up, this nonsense people believe. You can get on the radio now and say anything you want. And correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, it's because talk radio is no longer about facts and information, it's about entertainment. We don't have to be right. We don't have to tell the truth. We're here to entertain. So if we put on people that hate blacks and hate Mexicans, and we put on people that are black and Mexican and they fight with each other, hey, it's good entertainment. It's good fun. Now, does it matter that it stirs the pot and they're blowing up buildings? That's not their problem. They're corporations. It's about money. Programming is money. When I say programming, say money. It's about money. So in answer to that question, I don't believe there's a solution because of everything I just said. Even if I had $50 million, I could not form an institution and get the information out. I'd have to buy my own airtime like Ross Perot. Ross Perot had to buy his own airtime on television because he wasn't allowed in the presidential debate. Now, I don't like Ross Perot, but he was banned from the presidential debate by Republicans and Democrats. Now, why do you suppose that is? They said it's because he couldn't win. Well, was that the criteria the first time around when he debated Bush and Clinton? No. They said it was a contender. He was a legitimate contender. That was the only criteria. When did it change? When they got scared. They didn't know what was going to happen. Nobody knew with Ross Perot. If he had been allowed in the debate and nothing had changed, what would have happened if he'd taken 33% of the vote? Does anybody know? 33% of the vote. What would have happened? That's right. Been thrown to the House. Because Bill Clinton and Dole would have split the other two 33%. Then it would have been thrown to the House. And the whole thing would have been thrown open to the American people, and at least C-SPAN would have been forced to cover it. And there would have been a debate. Now, I'm not saying Ross Perot is a good choice or anybody else. I'm saying, had they allowed that to happen, the Republicans and the Democrats, it would have proven to the American people that there was hope and a possibility to change the system. And that's what they were afraid of, not Ross Perot winning, that he could so stir up the system that he would awaken the American people, because they'd have to argue the issues. They couldn't have argued character. They couldn't have laughed at Bill Clinton and made fun of Bob Dole falling down and shit. That wouldn't have counted no more. They'd have been stuck with talking about the issues. Now, if the American people were intelligent enough to find a candidate, a whole bunch of candidates, not like Ross Perot, but better than Ross Perot, then you see they could take the system back. 15 million people could do it. The Christian Coalition has proven that it works. The only thing the Christian Coalition couldn't do is they couldn't get their lazy following off their ass to vote either. Nobody voted. If the Christian Coalition had voted, they'd have turned the election around. They were too lazy. The left was too lazy, the progressives were too lazy, they're all too lazy. The American people are just too damn lazy. That's why nobody voted. So there, I give you Democrats and Republicans and one little old crackpot from Texas. And the truth of the matter is, how could I argue against the corporate elite when they would tell me that the American people will get the government they deserve? How can I argue and say that that's not right? You're wrong. That this is theoretically ungrounded. The only thing I could do is, again, try to rise above the argument to the moral high ground and say, you know, it's just not right how you think. Well, they had an answer for that too, so big deal. So we're unethical. What's your point? I'm telling you, these people don't give a shit, and they're going to get the government they deserve. They're going to get a corporate state. Why do you think they're so open in telling you what the system is now? Because you're too dumb to know what they're saying. They never used to use words like corporatism, corporate state, managed competition. All these terminologies are in the fascism white paper I published. They come from Mussolini and Mario Palmieri, the founders of fascism. The very exact terminology, an industrial policy, an industrial council, that's the terminology of fascism by word. Managed competition is a repudiation of the free market, a repudiation of it. It's pure fascism. That's what the corporate state is. Now they say it openly in the newspapers all the time because they know you don't know. So they're free to talk about it. That's why they were happy with the election. I got 50 quotes from corporate leaders interviewed after the election, and they were pleased as punch. They got most of their initiatives passed. The ones they wanted defeated got defeated, and they got the status quo back. They wanted Dole. They put their money behind Dole, but they were pleased because of the low turnout, and that Clinton stumbled in with less than 50%. They think that's great, because now we can do and say anything we want, and this is the proof that the American people are too stupid. So knowing that, and that's a fact, those are the facts, how could I offer you solutions? Wouldn't I be lying? Would I be lying? If I stood up here and offered you solutions after having just said this? Wouldn't the first solution have to be those people would have to become educated and informed? Now that's a disagreeable fool talking right there. That's what that is. That doesn't even make sense to me. That's why I can't do it. I'm going to observe this watch for a moment. It's midnight. See, look how poor I am. My watch is broken. Isn't that sad? Look, I got about 15 minutes here before that tape starts running out again. And I'm going to do something I haven't done in a very long time, but I have a rule. If anybody has a question, you can ask it, but if you get on a soapbox, I'm going to ask you to shut up. Because nobody else in this room wants to hear your vast, extravagant views on world affairs. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but that isn't why they paid, was to hear, you know, Bubba in the corner on a soapbox, you know, telling us, you know, the communists are coming. So, and if you have a legitimate question, there, that's the criteria, legitimacy. There, you can ask a legitimate question, and I'll be the sole arbiter of the legitimacy of that question. Samuel P. Huntington's book, The Politics of Disharmony. Oh, I know a very good one. Let me think here. Goldfarb's book, Willing Executioners. And then, how many of you read Willing Executioners? Goldfarb wrote a book. He's a researcher in Germany, and he went through not the archives, the boring archives that doesn't turn up a whole lot. He went through police archives and city council and county archives of old records, and he discovered something that I had argued about a long, long time ago, that the Holocaust happened, the whole essence of the violence and the hate happened in Germany because by and large, in general, the German people themselves not only endorsed it, they helped. Police chiefs, city council people, neighbors, just people up the street. Yeah, there was never any evidence of it before. And he wrote this book called Willing Executioners, and he documents the hell out of it. Literally, like county by county with police records. That just regular German people aided in rounding up gypsies, the homeless, Jews, and getting rid of them. I've always known that, but I only knew it from a theoretical standpoint, because how in the hell could 60 million people watch trains be running on time, boxcars of people headed different directions? How could they not know what was going on when they themselves had been preaching from the pulpits, the Lutheran churches, anti-Semitism and racism? The whole belief system of Hitler's was part of the German culture. It wasn't just his views. Otherwise it couldn't have happened. That's why, I'm sorry to say this about solutions again, would this be happening? The things that are happening, the homelessness, the welfare reform that's going to throw 1 million people into the streets, the legislation against aliens, illegal aliens, legal aliens, whatever, that crap, would that be happening if there wasn't an enormous segment of the population that did not approve? The country's becoming brutal and ugly, but would it not be happening unless, it couldn't happen unless a huge majority of people quietly approved of it. I mean, they're not going to stand up and spew Tom Metzger's stuff, but they're going to quietly stand on the sidelines because they, including liberals, progressives, where's the real outcry about homelessness and poverty in this country? Besides Jesse Jackson. Who? Nobody. Nobody. You know, I've tried, but I have got no money behind me. But then if I did, if I had Jesse Jackson's money, I would just be a white Jesse Jackson running off the mountain. Nobody would listen to me either. There'd be two of us nobody was listening to. Okay, that's fine. That's wonderful. I appreciate that. I was speaking in general philosophical terms. I'm not trying to identify. Any other questions? What's this?
Yeah, I was curious whether you know whether or not it's legal for Congress to vote and pass laws like NAFTA that they haven't actually read.
I don't believe it's constitutional at all. So I haven't been able to make the argument. The media won't let me make the argument. I did make the argument when I did get interviewed about NAFTA, is that Congress didn't. In essence, GATT, NAFTA, the World Trade Organization, these are by and large treaties. Okay? They've done them through the legislative process, but Congress doesn't have that legislative power. The president has the power to make treaties, but they wrote treaties, basically, between countries, passed it as statute law. The president signed it as law, but if it's not a treaty, it's not approved by the Senate. So they flip-flopped it all.
They haven't even read it.
Oh, of course they haven't read them, but then, well, that's totally a logical question there. They never do. They read nothing.
So what are they voting on?
They're voting how they're told to vote. Okay, let me give you, I'll give you that. I'm going to be facetious here, okay? It's a legitimate question. I'm going to be fair with you. Look, if you become a congressman, there are in Congress, or in Washington, D.C., inside the Beltway, thousands of unemployed staffers. Every time a congressman is ousted, all these staffers are unemployed. You know, sometimes they take one or two with them into the corporate world or something. But by and large, all these people are out there that are unemployed. The Republican and Democratic committees keep these people's names on a list. Now, you get elected to the Congress, you have a choice of all these staffers, professional people, that know how to run Congress. There's an expert on foreign affairs. There's an expert on gun rights. There's an expert on abortion issues. And they have the budget to hire all these experts. That's why I said, and I'm not saying it facetiously, I've known one senator, I'm not going to name his name, okay, don't stop me childish, who he is, without question, dumb as a box of rocks. He can't even use anything but a rotary phone. He couldn't even use the phone system. Punching the buttons was too confusing, okay? Every question that there was, he had a staffer that told him what to say and do. Each staffer was tied to a lobbyist of that issue. That's simple. Now, she tells me to vote against this abortion law, he tells me to vote for this gun law, and she tells me to vote for the immigration bill. There, I'm voting. Some of them don't read that well. You see, legislation is law. It's called legalese. And if you haven't got a familiar grasp of legal language, and there's a few lawyers in the house, it can get a little confusing. I mean, you can actually read a law and think it says A when it's opposite if it's worded right. And a lot of laws are written specifically in legalese to trick the fool and get it passed. But if you actually think congressmen and senators sit down and read the legislation and then vote, you're wrong. It's physically impossible to boot. It's not possible to do. Nobody could read the mountains of legislation given, let alone read NAFTA or GATT. But it isn't that hard to have experience and a grasp of things like I would have had a problem with GATT. I've lived with it all my life. GATT and NAFTA. So, that area, I would have already been, in a sense, my own expert. I wouldn't have listened to it that way. But, to be honest with you, I wouldn't know how to vote on the abortion issue, for instance. I don't like the idea of abortions, but I'm not a woman. I really think it's distinct that so many men think they have the right to even make this decision. It's just absurd to me. And not just this is one woman. No, that's okay. That's all right. But why do men think they have the right to make such a decision legally? I realize that, like I said earlier, it doesn't belong in the realm of law. It's a moral question. It's like homosexuality. It doesn't belong even in the realm of law. It should be discussed by lawyers of whether or not you have the right to or the right not to. And I think the women's movement really screwed up, okay? I really do. Years ago, when they demanded the right to an abortion in law, they also put it on the table that they can lose the right, because now it's a right granted by the government, so it can be taken away by the government. If the government ever decides that we need more babies, that's going to be the criteria. Now, then I can tell you that openly, but that'll be the criteria. If they need population boom because something happens, like a cataclysm or AIDS kills too many people, and we need to repopulate, there won't be no abortions. I don't give a damn how many women scream and holler. It will be outlawed. But that's the nature of government. Is that a shock? Really? That's why I said earlier, government politics, government is war. It always has been. And you don't go into war not knowing who your enemy is and who your friends are. You don't go into it ignorantly, and you better know the terrain. And we don't. Questions? Right.
Not sure how I want to phrase the question to you, but I understand how NAFTA and GATT and the China trade agreement will also go through. Then we've got racism and all these other things. But and some of them are especially like the China trade agreement is almost futile to object because you're not going to stop it, like you say. But don't you also think that there's some point where we have to make the effort?
Make the effort to do what?
Turn things around.
Well, yeah, I think you do. I mean, that's why Ralph Nader did, in fact, get 0.6% of the vote. But, how do you overcome the problem that it was the lowest turnout in our country's contemporary history? How do you overcome that? Why didn't, as you do the math, Einstein always used to say do the math. He wasn't joking either. He always used to say do the math. It was kind of like his own private joke. But it's true. I mean, when you look at, like when I analyzed the elections, I didn't just analyze percentages so I could bitch slap Bill Clinton about not having the popular vote, okay? Now, that wasn't the idea behind it, okay? The reason I did it is, how I did it is, you look at the actual numbers, the physical numbers of people, and then you look at how many progressives are there, liberal, progressive, green, people that really believe in Ralph Nader's ideas. They didn't vote for Ralph Nader. They voted off. If they did, they voted for Bill Clinton. Why? How don't be doing that. They don't start doing that, okay? 6.6% did. I know that, okay? That's not the point here. Stay in the general area of what I'm saying. If the progressives had voted, like they always claim they do. Okay, hold it. Who actually believes leftist progressives, okay, out of Berkeley and Boston believe in democracy? Give me a break. You can't believe that. These people are the most authoritarian, totalitarian people on earth. They believe in hierarchy and power. They don't believe in the democracy. They don't give a damn about the people or the workers. They're the leaders. You shut up and listen to them. That's why I can't stand the left. Well, see, Ralph Nader's message was true, genuine, Wilsonian. Woodrow Wilson, Wilsonian, progressive. Ralph Nader isn't a crackpot leftist. He ain't a communist. And in the end, they went with Bill Clinton. The numbers didn't show up, and they didn't vote for him. And the same thing happened to Harry Brown. That always happens to libertarians. When Ron Paul ran for president on a libertarian ticket, and I called him the following day, he just absolutely got stomped. He not even a blip on the poll. He told me that the most embarrassing thing in his life that happened is he had thousands of friends from having been a Republican congressman and a very populist, I wouldn't call him a right-wing, but he was moderate, conservative. And he had thousands of friends. And he elicited a lot of money from them, and he ran a fairly decent campaign. He got some media coverage, even though he was actually banned. We have the memos that he was banned by the New York Times and stuff. Then he called me after it was all over. He said, well, I have to tell you something that I never would have believed had I not seen it. All my friends gave me money. All my friends said they were going to vote for me. They all showed up at the rallies. They all showed up at the dinners. Then they all voted Republican because they wanted to vote for the winner. And Bush was going to win. That simple. Like it was a football game. They wanted to be on the side of the winning team. It didn't matter that Bush and his ideology was light years different than Ron Paul. They wanted to have the right bumper sticker on their car. Now, how do you overcome that? I don't know. Now, should you try? Well, of course you should try. I'm not saying not trying. If anybody has gotten that message, you ain't been paying attention. What the hell do you think I've been doing for 15 years? You think I'm not trying? I've been doing this for 15 goddamn years. I published a newspaper for 3 years. I had an institute for 5 years in Montana. I worked on political campaigns. 5,000 hours of radio, Arsenio Hall. I don't know why I did that to myself. Now, 60 million people saw that show and we got one phone call. One guy called. You know, and he still comes to every round table with the client. He just thinks, you know, that was the coolest thing he ever did, man. Arsenio, man, you really kicked Bush's ass, dude. That's it. Did you have any idea how angry Bush was when I did it? God, he was really steamed. Don't you remember that thing about George Bush and Arsenio when Bush said that he would never do Arsenio's show? Then Arsenio went public and he said, I never had his ass on my show. That was over me. Because, see, Bush knew me in Houston when I had my company down there. That's why I got a call from General Keegan saying, boy, have you really gotten John Sununu steamed. He even told me he could push back. But they don't. They don't. They don't have to kill people like me. That's why it's all nonsense about how many people have died around Clinton. That's like saying how many people have died around me. A lot of people have died, I know. I didn't mean I killed them. I had a guy in my round table for 3 years in Seattle, and all this guy did was listen to Rush Limbaugh and Chuck Harder and read that damn Spotlight newspaper, join the militia, drinking too much, taking drugs. It took me 3 years to finally get him to realize that he was basically suicide by cop. You just want to stop the pain, period. So I got him to get out of the militia, stop acting like a fool. Christmas 2 years ago, he shot himself in the head. That wasn't my fault. I didn't kill him, but he did die. And that's part of why I can't stand what's going on out here with the right wing, the militias, the paramilitary. There's so much garbage being said to these folks, and a lot of them are just, they're not bad people. They just are ill-informed and haven't got a clue what's going on. So John Trotman comes along and he tells them that there's Russian tanks in Texas and Chinese troops in Long Beach about to invade America. You know, they go, whoa, John Trotman's a pretty smart dude. I guess that's true. Or how do you like Mark Hornby, for instance, right? He was just in town last week, gave a lecture at the Redneck Forum, or I mean the Granada Forum. Mark Hornby from Michigan. Oh, Mark from Michigan. He went over there and he said that Los Angeles was about to be nuked. LA is going to get nuked. Nuclear strike in LA. And somebody asked him, the ingenious question is, how will we know when the nuclear strike is about to come, Mark? He says, well, you'll see a lot of commodities leaving the area. What does that mean? I don't know. I wasn't there to follow up with the question. Mark Hornby actually told this audience that he couldn't believe it himself. He said, you know, all those years I was in military intelligence and counterintelligence and commanding military counterintelligence units, I have no idea. I could never have thought that I'd be in front of a bunch of patriots talking like this. Ha, ha, ha. The guy was never in the military. Mark Hornby, Mark from Michigan, of Mark the Michigan militia guy that was on television being interviewed by Ted Koppel, has never been an officer. He's never been an enlisted man in active duty military. He's never been in military intelligence. He's a bald-faced liar and charlatan. Why is he still giving lectures and being interviewed? Why didn't Ted Koppel say, excuse me, Mark, you're a military intelligence analyst. Excuse me, well, I've got your DD Form 214 right here, and it looks to me like, whoa, you were just in the reserves for 4 years? You've never served, and you were a corporal. How hard was that for me to get the information? Piece of cake. Anybody could have done it. Why don't they do it? He's good copy. He's entertainment. Why is John Trotman still being interviewed all over the country? Good copy, entertaining. Why am I not being interviewed? I'm not entertaining. I'm not good copy. If you said Arsenio Hall, you know Arsenio knows that as well now. Not good copy. At the time, he thought it was. Any more questions? Way back there.
How you doing, Mr. Hewitt? You spent a great portion of your lecture speaking about how today's corporate state is like the new social thing. It seems like it's a social entity. And that, with that in mind, and I'm only 22, so bear with me in my question. Were these corporations, do you feel that these corporations were first private enterprise, which is ironically on the right side of the political spectrum, that have willingly given themselves their business up to become merged into the corporate state?
Willingly, did you say?
Yeah.
Without question, willingly. Look. I'm going to give you a little microcosm of something that's absolutely true. I'm not going to obviously name names. I knew a man in Montana who was politically connected. In Montana, they get a lot of snow, sometimes like 4 or 5 feet of snow. And he was just a small businessman, but he wanted to be a big, rich, powerful businessman. So he began to step up the ladder, and this is what he did. And this is exactly how it's done. Ford Motor Company did it. Rockefeller did it with Standard Oil. They all had to start, you're correct, they all started as small, free enterprise operations who actually believed in that rugged individualism and stuff. A lot of them were actually wildcatters and stuff. That's how they did start. And I'm going to show you what I know from, without question, clear experience. There was this gentleman, and I use the term loosely, he first lobbied for 2 years the city council of Missoula, Montana, lobbied the hell out of it, and all the surrounding areas for the state, but he only really got Missoula and the county and a few other areas for local legislation. He lobbied them because he was such a compassionate human being. He was compassionate because he felt it was just horrible that people would go shopping in these business areas and there would be snow and ice, and little old ladies and small kids would slip and fall down and get hurt. And it was just horrible that people didn't shovel their snow from in front of their businesses. And he just beat this drum of compassion and caring about people falling down and hurting themselves like crazy. Finally, they passed legislation that said that if you owned a business, you had to have your front sidewalks swept off, all the snow had to be gone, no ice and everything, within 4 hours of your opening of your store, et cetera, right? You got the laws passed. All of a sudden, after the laws are all passed, it turns out this guy's been buying up snow removal equipment like a son of a bitch for about 3 years. And he opened up a discount house for snow removal equipment, and business people bought them like crazy at high inflated prices. That's
capitalism.
That's good businessman.
Yes.
That's a good businessman. But the key to it was, it's also criminal. Because it constitutes the self-interest part of conflict of interest. It can be proven that he drove legislation to benefit himself, and it was premeditated in having bought the snow removal equipment prior to lobbying for the equipment and the snow removal.
Right. I understand your paradigm.
So, without question, they started out free marketers, is what you wanted to know. Did they evolve willingly? Yes, greed.
Then what's the medium?
The medium?
Yeah.
Explain what you mean by what's the medium.
Well, how can you have both? Is the question. Without being greedy, but at the same time not being. At the same
Okay,
time,
well, look, I was a businessman for 13 years. In one sense, I still am. You know, you can make money and not be greedy.
Right.
I don't have a problem with people making money. And I don't have a problem with people making a lot of money. I question those that make money ruthlessly, violently, criminally. Those are the people I question. And monopolies are supposed to be illegal.
Right.
Well, how do they overcome that? Well, it's real simple. If you set up an institution like the Federal Trade Commission or the Railroad Commission or the SEC, the most powerful people in the world designate one of their people from Exxon or Weyerhaeuser to become the head of SEC or the trade representative for the Commerce Department. That's who they are. For instance, Carla Hill, our trade representative under Bush, her husband was Roderick Hill. Okay? They lobbied for legislation to get oil drilling rights throughout the world using a special kind of drilling, plant drilling. It was a drilling that was done from Kuwait into Iran. They're really ticked off Saddam Hussein. Okay? The outfit was called, I hope I can remember it, Santa Fe International. Okay? Well, this corporation had on the board of directors Roderick Hill, Carla Hill's husband, Gerald Ford, past president and the man that made George Bush director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and Brent Scowcroft, a partner of Henry Kissinger, and right then at the moment when this was going down during the Persian Gulf, he was the national security advisor for George Bush. They were all on the board of directors of this company. Now that's supposed to be illegal, okay? But, and I did hundreds of hours of interviews, and I said precisely that. And all I managed to get for myself was, you know, I told some white papers, and I got a call from General Keegan saying that you really pissed off John Sununu once again. So, but, you know, but what's your point? That these men are greedy, and maybe at one point in their life they believed in the free market system, and they sold out?
Well, you say in the current state of affairs economically that corporate, well, obviously there's a lot of mergers going on and downsizing. So the question.
Well, see, some of the mergers, in my personal view, are criminal.
Okay.
They're in violation of the law. We're supposed to be, that's why we had a Federal Trade Commission and SEC monitoring corporate structures, was to preserve, and this is laughable, to preserve our free market system. And how they were to do that is to see that no company like GE would merge with a company that makes the identical product. That would be illegal. Now they do it all the time, as naturally as they breathe. Nobody questions it. Who's supposed to question it? The Congress. I question it. Who's listening? It's supposed to be illegal. But, you know, when you already said it. See, when you prefaced your question, you already answered it. It's a social system now. The American people don't have a problem with it. It's not part of our social structure. So that the people don't complain, why would a congressman or senator complain? That the people don't know, why would he stick his neck out?
Right. Thank you.
When did that start happening?
Well, see, it actually started in 1913. The Federal Reserve System is nothing but an illegal cartel operating our banking system, and it's for profit, and it's supposed to be, obviously. It's unconstitutional, but that's a moot point. It's only unconstitutional if the Congress and the Senate get together and the Supreme Court agrees that it's unconstitutional. Otherwise, it's just me and my opinion. It started in 1913. It didn't start in earnest until after World War II. That's why I date the state of affairs critical at the end of World War II. And it was at that point that the corporate structure flat was in control of the entire system. And it wasn't a conspiracy, it was World War II. To fight World War II, they drafted from the corporate system all the best businessmen that were in the heavy industries to fight the war. They made them Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, etc. Now, what Truman ought to have done and didn't do is when the war was over, he didn't get rid of them. And they kept drawing on the same manpower of people from the same sources to run the country. And that was stupid. I don't believe Truman was a bad man, would have done it for malicious reasons. And why do you think Eisenhower warned about it? The military-industrial complex. That's what he warned about when he left office. But nobody listened. Nobody listened. They didn't even understand what he meant in this country. So it was already here in the late 50s. By the time Kennedy was in power, they had a lock on it. They were the government. Well, he named one. Trading with the enemy is good because it started right there at World War II. Yeah, when corporations rule the world is good. The best one I've read lately, and I think it may be a little dated, is The Power Structure of America. I can't think of the author's name. Power Structure of America. There's another one called Bank Control of Corporations. You know, if you're really stubborn to, if you call my office, I will occasionally answer the phone and would answer such a question, but I won't answer the question, you know, why I call militia guys crackpots. Okay, I won't answer that question, so don't call me about that one. Anything else? Way back there.
I have a question about the FCS 2000 system. What about drug transactions and, like, say I want to loan my brother $10 or something like that? That we need 2%.
That won't be allowed any longer.
Oh,
Yeah. And what will the drug dealers do is they'll get smart, I suppose. They'll simply have systems set up, and they won't be drug dealers. They'll be like, you know, Bubba's Mini Mart. You know, they'll figure out some way of getting around it. It's not. Here's the thing. You know, when people talk about the world government and the New World Order and stuff, and it's a big scary thing, and it's coming. See, I don't believe we're ever going to have a world government. And I don't believe the New World Order is actually going to be achieved, ever. But that isn't the problem. The problem is that they're going to try. That's the problem. They are going to persistently try, and that's why I have to conclude that we're going to have to face a serious level of chaos before it's all over. Because in their trying, people like what you just described are not going to cooperate. Every time they pass laws and restrict more rights, more people break laws. Some of the laws are unenforceable, like the ones they just passed that if you committed the act of domestic violence, the ATF, John W. McGaugh decided that it should be enforced ex post facto. In other words, in the past, if you've ever committed a misdemeanor act of domestic violence, you no longer now have the right to own a gun. That's unenforceable. It's a ridiculous, stupid law, and the ATF is not going to enforce it. They're not going to. But some local law enforcement, they will, but it's unenforceable. Who would that apply to? Would that apply to me if I whacked my wife 20 years ago, but we divorced 18 years ago? Do I still lose my gun rights? According to the law, yes. That's stupid. But that won't stop them from passing the law and trying to enforce them and causing more chaos.
I've read books that talk about both World War I and World War II. Both being contrived wars to the industrial versus the bankers. You seem to be against the idea of conspiracy. I'm wondering why you don't admit that conspiracy is
were beneficial. Aren't wars always beneficial to corporate structures and business throughout history? I mean, if you go back all the way to Rome, I mean, it was a really good war. I mean, some sword maker made out pretty good. I mean, just because there's collusion and people benefit and profit from things like wars, that is not the criteria to prove conspiracy. No one has proven anything like a conspiracy about either World War I, World War II, or anything else. Everything was done so openly, visibly, to those who knew, those who read newspapers. There's people that still think the Federal Reserve System was formed by a conspiracy. It's ridiculous. It was in the newspapers, it was on the radio, the debates were on the floor of Congress, they were at the universities. Anybody who knew what was going on knew about it. Of course, you know, and that's stupid. So bankers get together and talk about banking. I get together with people, like I'm going to get together tomorrow with 10 or 12 guys, and I'm going to talk about liberty. So I'm conspiring towards liberty? Fine. You know, call it what you want, but, you know, there's a criteria. Conspiracy has a criteria based on the language, and it has to be illegal, it has to be more than two people, it has to, you know, there has to be intent, there's a certain criteria. Just throw the word conspiracy around because we're not involved in what a group of people are doing is stupid. That's childish, that's infantile. Of course, you know, if you were a banker, would you hold the banking association meetings and let people come in? The Republican Party doesn't do that. The Democrats don't do it. Nobody does. That doesn't constitute a conspiracy. It constitutes human nature. What you're really upset about is that they're making a whole bunch of money having done what they've done. Well, no, not at the time. No, that was 1913, no. Look, what's wrong with what the Federal Reserve System is Congress has allowed someone else to issue the currency. They've transferred the authority to a private entity to issue the currency of the country in violation of the Constitution. It's that simple. So how could it be a conspiracy when Congress voted for it? It's legislation. Yeah, well, you know, that they get together, I mean, that's, you're reaching now to find a diabolical source for things you don't like. And it is neither necessary, and I'm sorry, it's just going to cloud the analysis. Well, no, it wasn't at the time. No, it wasn't at the time. And in fact, they do it still. What did I just read? About the Federal Reserve System. Look, everybody in Congress knows that it's corrupt, it's wrong, it's unethical, it may even be unconstitutional if you could get 2/3 of them to agree on it. But that doesn't make it a conspiracy. It means we've got a corrupt Congress and Senate, a screwball for a president, and a bunch of lazy Americans. The responsibility is ours. It's ours. Conspiracy theories are a means to shed yourself of responsibility for what's going on in the country. That's what conspiracy theories are. They're a way to pass off that these people are so much smarter, cleverer, and diabolical that they can sneak around in the dark and get things passed in their own self-interest, and there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, bullshit. The whole country knew about it. They didn't care in 1913. The Congress voted on it. It was perfectly legal, even though it's unconstitutional. It's only unconstitutional when they decide that it's unconstitutional and the Supreme Court backs it. The law isn't the 10 Commandments. It's not a piece of stone with little things etched in it, you know?
So if people are lied to by the media and the Congress.
Oh, here we go. We've been lied to. Look, nobody's conned me.
Isn't that a conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy that they lied to us. They're assholes. Yeah, I just don't understand the necessity to make it more diabolical than it is. Isn't it sufficient that we're screwed, glued, and tattooed? Isn't it sufficient without adding diabolical plots surrounding it? That comes from the harebrained theories of Jew haters and conspiracy theorists that, all the banks, Don McElvaney one time came out that all of the Federal Reserve banks and all of the biggest banking houses in the Federal Reserve System and stuff was owned by 7 major foreign banks. And, oh, I don't know, it's a big coincidence every bank he named had a Jewish name. But I didn't think it's idiots to figure this out. It's just another slice of anti-Semitic bullshit. And frankly, it doesn't make any sense. You know, if the Jews were so goddamn successful at conspiracy, power, and money, how the come they didn't kick Hitler's ass? Doesn't wash.
I think that's a cover. I think anti-Semitism is used to distract from the issue of what the banking system has to do.
It hasn't distracted me one iota. I have been attacking the banking system for 15 years, openly. But it sure as hell ain't no conspiracy. There's so much published on it. I have a library full of it, hundreds of books, just like the New World Order. I've been talking about it publicly for 15 years. It's like when George Bush said it, all of a sudden everybody went, ooh, whoa, maybe that's the real thing. Now all of a sudden there's hack writers out there that took old books like Gary Allen and with that Dr. Doolittle guy, with the Christian guy, Robertson. Took a book that was already written and just slapped the word New World Order on it like he knew what the hell he was talking about. You know, look, research and analysis is a lot different than reading books. It's not the same thing. Lawyers know it, they have to know it. Research consists of doing extraordinarily odd things sometimes to find out what's true. I shop used bookstores. Like I'm nuttier than a fruitcake. That's the only place I care to go anywhere in the world is a used bookstore. Because I know what I'm looking for. Discarded government documents about issues like what you're talking about. And they prove that there is no conspiracy. Corruption, self-interest, cynicism, power grabs, make a list. There's all those things. But to think that there's an organized, orchestrated conspiracy is sheer, utter lunacy.
I think that's what you're saying. You don't equate corruption with conspiracy.
Absolutely not. Nor do I equate collusion with conspiracy. Different things. My God, I expect people to practice collusion because they're greedy monkeys. It shouldn't be a shock. What's the real shock to me is how a country of 260 million people could be so utterly unaware of all of this. That's the real shock. If there's a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy to remain utterly, totally ignorant and be happy. That's the only conspiracy I see. The rest of it is, I don't know, makes as much sense to me as anything else in the world. I have to go. They're telling me I'm out of here. The room's closed. I'm history, so...